the back seat. Check the back seat.
All right, come here.
Check the back seat.
Gets in your head, right? Good. Because every year, dozens of children are forgotten in the backseat of a car by a parent or caregiver. All never thought it could happen to them. But with changes in routines, distractions, or a sleeping child, it can happen to anyone. Parked cars get hot, fast, and can be deadly. So get it in your head.
Check the back seat.
A message from NHTSA and the Ad Council.
KOZN Bellevue, Omaha, Council Bluffs. This is 1620, The Zone.
Crossover. Oh, killer crossover.
Just crossover. It just crossed him over. Danced him. Another victim to the crossover. Cross him up and sit him down.
Time for the crossover, powered by Everlevel Concrete Repair in Omaha at everlevelconcrete.com. John, Josh, Nick, how we doing?
Yo.
Hello.
Surprised to see that John Bishop did not immediately change the channel to the MLB TV feed.
Oh, I just realized that.
So we're watching on MLB Network with, as John would say, the gigantic ticker on the bottom.
Yeah, this is it's
too big.
But it's just too much stuff. I'm not watching freaking CNBC here.
Right.
Nice.
But then I thought, is it possible that John has quit baseball?
Oh, wait a minute. Yep, and they just lost the lead, which means they're not going to win. Do you realize the Cubs have not?
The Brewers finally lost yesterday.
I guess yesterday they finally did win a game where they were trailing. But
are you turning the channel?
No, I'm trying to get it to the MLB channel. So we don't have the garish Rob Manfred approved score bug.
Manfred's boys are taking it on the chin lately. Tough
Rob
times.
Manfred's a
yikes
D-bag.
Yeah. I mean,
and so is his boy.
Yeah.
Why are people so upset about him wanting to expand? Like, he's made it
No,
it's not about that.
It's not about expansion.
I keep
it's
seeing
about,
that mentioned. It's like, well, yeah, he's wanted to. That's his whole bit.
It's because he hates baseball.
No, it's not the
he
expansion.
Hates baseball, and his boy hates.
And all of his spawns
sports.
hate the things that they're commissioners of.
He doesn't want to. The expansion isn't the thing making people mad. It's the geographic realignment of the sport that is making. Do you understand that?
No, I get that complaint. I just, whenever I would see it was always realignment and expansion, like all the headlines, realignment and expansion. But the expansion part I was getting hung up on because it's like he said that for years. He's wanted to expand forever,
and we've hated him for years. He's been bad for years.
Yeah, he sucks.
Yep,
Sucks.
Bueno. But it's a great pastime to hate the commissioner
of any sport, really.
Yeah.
Well, there's not many. I mean, it says a lot when probably the most liked commissioner is Raj.
Dude, people hated that guy a decade ago, and now people are kind of fine with him.
He barely even gets booed anymore at the draft, or when he gets booed, it's funny.
Yeah, it's a bit.
What's the last take that you heard about Roger Goodell where someone said they disliked him? No one ever talks about him anymore.
That's a great question.
Like
He's
a
done
decade ago,
Raj survived.
Raj survived. He looks fantastic.
Adam Silver, people liked him for a while,
and now they
really hate him.
Yeah.
People hate Adam.
Has there ever been a commissioner in any of the major sports where people have loved the entire time?
No, that's impossible. The entire time.
I was always pretty okay with Bud Selig. You know, everyone hated Bud Selig. I was always cool with Bud.
I hated Bud.
He never did anything wrong.
He had a tie in the All-Star game.
So what?
And then they had home field advantage tied to the All-Star game.
That's good.
That was dumb.
That's good.
No, that was dumb.
I like when the home field advantage is tied to the All-Star game.
It's an exhibition. It's like saying, if someone wins the Gasparilla Bowl that they get to host every game next year.
Well, what should it be tied to, John? Who should get home field advantage?
How about the best record?
No, but sometimes that team doesn't make it. In fact, all the time in Manfred's playoff.
I'm saying whichever of the two World Series teams has the best record.
Sure.
And if it's
the 88 win Diamondbacks, let them get the home field advantage of the World Series.
Or if you want to go off of, because everyone now plays everybody, whoever won the regular season series.
I like the.
I want it based on something that is like tangible
in the regular
counts.
season.
Yeah, not some mid-season exhibition.
Husker Country says Stern in the NBA did great. People did like David Stern for a long time.
Yeah.
But towards the end, he started annoying people a lot. I say this is a big NBA guy.
He nixed the Chris Paul trade. And
that's an NBA team.
That was kind of when it really started with people being like, why did you? And it's not like people love the Lakers. People love to hate the Lakers. That was pretty whack, though.
Yeah, that was whack.
Yeah.
That was super
People
whack.
be saying it, Nick.
Whack AF.
That was whack AF.
Shoes, whack.
Nice.
That was whack.
Good reference, Nick.
Thank you.
Any other commissioner? Have you ever enjoyed a commissioner, John?
I mean, I think most people like
Paul Tagliabue.
See what
he wasn't really hated in the moment. He was hated afterwards.
What did he do?
When it was,
CTE.
because he basically had his foot
CTE.
because his foot doctor was the head of NFL.
Yeah, he hired some guy, or they had a
Yeah,
guy.
it was like
who
his foot doctor or
that,
something.
that was a really bad.
That was
mistake.
But that didn't
That's only
happen
in
until
hindsight,
after.
though.
Yeah, that was in hindsight.
in the
Like,
moment,
in
people
the
were like,
moment,
"Yeah, he
yeah,
stayed
in
out
the
of the
moment,
way."
no one really disliked Tagliabue.
Because we always got games.
Everyone except Al Davis liked Pete Rozelle.
Yeah, what you need is a commissioner that allows games to be played. If there is no work stoppages, you're automatically going to get bumped up
Josh
a little
says,
bit.
let him play.
Let them play.
Let the boys play.
I do say that. Is that bad?
No.
Okay.
Let him play.
Let them play. I love sports.
Kevin Warren, bad.
Oh, people.
Cool.
People.
Bad.
He was on TV
He did
last
not
night.
let them play, and then did let them play after
He did.
After he said he wasn't going to let them.
Wow, 5 years ago right now, we were all probably sad.
I was having the worst day of my life, probably.
That was the worst day.
I
of
mean,
your
it
life?
was pretty bad. I remember flying on the first. I went out of town on the first Saturday of college football, and I was watching college football games on my laptop on the plane. And I was like, "This is the dumbest thing I've ever done. Why am I doing this?"
And then they played.
And then they played.
Yep.
2 months later.
Question for the room. As I lost. Patrick in the chat says Bush snubbed as MLB commissioner. How do you think George Bush would have done as commissioner of the MLB instead of a president?
Oh, he would have been fine. As
That's
a
all he
guy.
ever wanted.
He loved baseball.
He loved
He did.
baseball.
He loves baseball.
He loves baseball.
Watch this drive.
He would have been fun.
I watched that video the other day and I laughed.
So good.
So funny.
He did throw some strikes though. Right
Dude,
down the pipe.
I will say this.
Oh, he knows ball.
With the
Bush knows
Kevlar
ball.
vest on.
Yeah, that was impressive.
His ability to perform sporting feats in front of many people, like that drive or the pitch.
He's got two big ones.
Ridiculous.
Strike at the World
I
Series
would have
and watch this drive.
biffed that drive so bad.
Dude is so cool under pressure.
I would have said,
apparently.
please now leave so I could hit this golf ball.
We all saw him dodge a shoe on live TV too.
That's true.
He did that.
Mhm.
That's true. He threw a strike at the College World Series too, right?
Yes, he did.
The same summer before.
Is Bush Jr. one of the most athletic presidents we've ever had?
Oh yeah.
I mean, he was
Easily.
a great.
He actually played.
Yeah.
He actually played ball.
Yeah, he was good. Yeah, his dad was too. His dad was in the College World
R.I.P.
Series.
His dad was also in World War II.
He was.
a
Sam
pilot.
points out, wasn't Bud commissioner when the World Series got canceled?
Yes, he
That's
was.
the automatically removed as the best.
Yeah.
Happer.
Bud was a commissioner in '94.
Yikes.
Yeah.
That's tough.
Oh no! Wait a minute. No,
Uh-oh.
it was.
I don't even know. Who
I
was
don't
before
think
him.
so.
It
Jim,
was.
Bob.
It was
Larry.
That was the guy who banned Rose, wasn't it?
What,
Where we're going, we don't need Rose.
Shut up. Dear God. Who was Paul Giamatti's dad? Bart.
Bart,
Wasn't it?
Bart Giamatti. Wait,
No.
Paul Giamatti's dad?
He was commissioner of baseball.
What?
No, it was Bud.
The actor?
It was
Yeah.
Bud. Bud took over in '92.
Okay,
It was
took
Bud.
it. Well, that was the
Clueless
first
Bud.
3 years of
Back
Bud.
of the line,
The
clueless
first
Bud.
3 years of Bud were tough, and then we got over it, and then we had the tie at the All-Star game. But the mid to late '90s, pretty good.
No, wait.
Yeah,
real
but he
quick.
also botched the whole stair.
No, real quick. So
So could you have done better on the steroid thing? That's
Yeah.
a very interesting situation to be in, John.
Yeah.
Did you handle that pressure?
Yeah. I would have said,
Sounds like
Barry
Simmons.
Bonds,
Poll
what the F
question.
were you thinking? You were one of the best players, and then you turned
What?
yourself into a.
But we would have never had the
bowling
summer
pin.
of '99, John. The
98.
summer of '98. I'm sorry.
Well, we still would have had it because it was
summer
happening.
still would have happened.
Yeah, the summer was still
like summer
been
still happened
Dude,
during
that
COVID,
was-
but it didn't feel like it.
That was a great summer.
Ah, so good.
I remember watching
Sammy Sosa
highlights every day to see who hit the home runs.
Yep.
That was so fun. That was a good summer.
and John would say, "You're not allowed to have fun in
No, no, no.
98."
It wasn't. It wasn't
The
that.
World
It was.
Series
It
was
was just.
canceled 4 years ago, boys.
It was just having. It's just the steroids getting out.
That
of
is
control.
insane. That the World Series, they just canceled it. That is wild.
Well, they
bad
canceled the whole
times.
rest of the season.
That is nuts. Remember
Bad.
when John learned recently that NHL canceled a whole season?
I had forgotten about.
See,
that.
that's why Gary Bettman is actually the worst. That
Oh
guy
yeah, everyone
sucks.
hates Gary Bettman, and nobody even knows about hockey.
But
no
Bettman's
one.
been around of all the
A
commissioners. He's been around the
long time.
longest.
long time.
Yeah, it's most commissioners. People don't like.
When was Bart the commissioner of baseball?
Okay, I did
Bart,
not know
Bart
this.
was commissioner in '89.
There you go.
That's when he
And then
So
died.
he was
died.
he was the successor.
Holy crap! He
Or
became
what?
commissioner in '89 and died in '89.
Yeah.
Oh,
He was
that's
only
a-
commissioner for a year,
Oh, that's a bummer.
and then they brought in Faye Vincent.
Oh, that's what people. He didn't have enough time to get people to hate him.
Vincent.
Faye Vincent. That was the guy I
That's
was
who
thinking of.
banned Rose, right?
No, I thought it was Bart.
I thought Faye Vincent banned Pete Rose.
Or maybe it was
no,
Faye
Bart Giamatti suspended Rose.
And then Faye banned him.
Yes.
Okay.
You've been banned.
Yeah, here it is. As
I'm
Deputy
Faye
Commissioner
Vincent.
Vincent was closely associated with his lifetime ban from baseball. Wow. By the way, Stibbs is in the chat right now. When you guys keep saying Bart, Stibbs is going to get this reference. It reminds me of when Neil kept yelling Bartlett in a meeting one time that we had. It's just a story for like 3
Thank
people.
you, Josh.
I wanted to say
Should have
something.
told that on the 25-year podcast.
I could have. Bartlett. Look at Bartlett. All right, there you go. Anyway,
Thank you,
sorry.
Neil.
I just had to say that.
Thank you, Neil.
Mhm.
Great moments with Neil.
Now he's running Nebraska football on the radio.
That's
there are going to
right.
be so many tweets and takes.
Oh, yes. There
Wait,
are.
what?
Boomer.
You know, Nebraska football. It's going to be on the radio.
Yeah.
Isn't Neil involved? Did he retire again?
I don't know what Neil's involvement of that was.
Oh, he's in there.
Well, no, because the
I mean-
network is originated from Lincoln.
Yeah, but he'll be
But
on
it's
the
one of the
station.
affiliates.
Yeah, in Omaha.
Right.
Yeah,
right.
yeah.
But yeah, it's not good. I don't
Like, even if Neil isn't directly associated with that, he will find a way to get in on that.
Oh, he'll be working. That dude loves work.
He does. He loves radio.
Mm-hmm.
Retiring, unretiring.
Yeah. Snip, snap, snip, snap.
Snip, snap, snip, snap.
Mhm.
So, John, have you quit on baseball? Now
No,
that the
I haven't.
Cubs suck?
I haven't quit on it, but like today, I'm not really going to be stressed out. I
Okay.
mean, the division race is done.
Folks.
And you're
It's
what?
over.
5 games up in the wild card still?
Well, but that will be dying soon anyway. I've already said. Oh, by the way, I added a list item. You weren't here.
Oh,
Cubs will not make the playoffs.
whoa. That would be quite
A collapse?
a
Yes,
collapse,
because our
John.
jackass manager. I have
You
never
will not make the
ever
playoffs,
hated
jackass.
a Cubs manager more than I hate Craig Counsell. He can go back to Milwaukee for all I
He
care.
played
You
baseball.
sound like-
sucks.
you sound
he
like-
is awful.
Oh, wow. You sound like
He's
the
got
Yankee
no
fans in
freaking
Boone.
personality. It's like the call goes against it. He's just standing there with that dumb blank
Well, you
ass
want him to
stare
be-
on his face.
you want
The
him to be-
man shows no emotion.
What day was this, by the way? Do you
This is
remember?
good.
Was this
Was it
Friday or
like
Thursday?
Was it Friday?
Friday?
It was Friday because they had just choked another game to the
The
Pirates.
Cubs will not make the playoffs.
I mean, we
Is that
had
what
Tom
you're saying?
Troublehorn for crying out loud. We had
Tom
Jim
Troublehorn.
Essien. We had some bad managers back in my day. But holy cow, this jackass who we're
Holy-
paying $8 million a year to, he can take that $8 million, turn it up sideways, and shove it up his Rudy Poo candy ass.
How are you going to hire a guy named Troublehorn and expect him to be good at his job?
Well,
It's
he's
right in his
better
name.
than Craig Counsell.
He's
Damn it,
trouble.
Nick.
You sound like the Yankee fans who hate Boone.
Yeah.
You sound just
Okay,
like
but there's
They
a
need to
difference.
fire
Aaron
Aaron
Boone's
Boone.
actually won stuff before. He's actually been to a World Series.
Okay, been to one, yes.
That doesn't stop the Yankees fans from calling him to be fired.
They love trying to fire
They
Aaron
do.
Boone.
And then they act surprised when he doesn't get fired and instead gets extended.
Yeah.
I mean, you can't take a team that has this much talent and run it into the ground like Craig Counsell's trying to do right now with this ball club. It's ridiculous.
Are you saying that he's a saboteur? He's Milwaukee pilled.
I don't want to say that because that
This
sounds,
is a Milwaukee
because
style.
that sounds too conspiratorial. That sounds
But-
too much like the motorcycle cop killed Kennedy. But
Insurance
I would believe that before I believe that Craig Counsell's actually a good manager.
But aren't they in
There's
the
a
playoffs right now?
reason why the Milwaukee Brewers never made the World Series because of Craig Counsell.
What did
It's
he have to do
obvious
with
that
it?
that organization is pretty well run. They didn't need Craig Counsell.
That's true. That's true.
They did not
Craig's
need him.
counsel.
Pat
In
Murphy
fact,
is pretty
it was,
cool, though.
It was addition by subtraction when the Cubs stole him. You
What
can
did
tell
he-
I'm very frustrated.
He had some quote over the weekend about having never been to a George Webb, the burger place. And people were like, it's virtually impossible for him to never have seen a George Webb's.
This is, I don't know.
But he lived in Milwaukee for years and years and years.
Well, I didn't realize they had home field advantage when they played the Dodgers in the 2018 NLCS. I didn't even remember this.
Oh, yeah.
Wow. They won the first game. They won the third game.
But
They
they
won
didn't
the
win any
sixth
other-
game.
Not all the others.
No, they made it to game 7.
Well, it didn't matter. They didn't make the World Series.
You are correct. They did not make the World Series. They
And he
lost.
ain't going to the World Series this year unless he has a ticket,
Holy crap.
which he probably will because he'll get it from the Brewers.
That's exciting, at least.
Nice.
for sabotaging the Cubs. Here you go.
That's awesome, John.
Yeah, I'm not. It doesn't stress me out anymore I just don't. Like
Yeah,
him.
no, you don't sound stressed out at all.
I wish
No,
I
I don't
was
like
mad.
him. They need to fire his ass.
Well, he does sound like a Yankees fan.
I wish I was mad about my baseball team right now. They've just been so average the entire year. There's nothing to be mad
They win
about.
on Sundays, though.
They keep winning.
They're like a football
but
team.
they're just going to miss the playoff
true.
by 3 games, and I won't feel anything because it'll be fine.
Because that'll be a lot of wasted time to miss the playoff by 3 games.
They're just going to miss the playoffs by 3.
The Rockies are winning more games in the second half of the season than anybody thought they would, so I'm happy.
Are you?
Yeah.
That's good.
That's the best part about loving a bad baseball team. Every time they win, it feels awesome.
Interesting.
They beat the Diamondbacks twice. Who does that?
The Rockies.
The 2025 Rockies.
Mm-hmm.
Wow.
Interesting.
Rocktober.
It's Rockgust right now.
Rockgust.
Rot
Rock
gut.
guts.
Rot guts.
Rock.
Rot
Rot
gut.
guts?
Rot guts.
Nice.
Rot guts.
Rockgust. That's where we're at right now.
Jordan says it. Craig Counsell is the Cubs' Mike Riley. No emotion. That is so true. He's
Yeah, you've never been a complain about the emotion guy, but now you sound like Kool-Aid Steve a decade ago.
That is a great baseball fan take. Baseball fans of every organization are like, why doesn't my manager get tossed and get mad all the time?
Because there's 160
But I'm not asking for him to get mad all the time. I'm just asking him to look like he gives a crap.
Mike Riley did stand there a lot. I get that.
But everyone was mad at Bo because he was too mad.
Correct. I remember my grandpa complained about Mike Riley one time because he smiled a lot. And I was like,
he's smiling.
Okay, I don't know what to do.
A weird complaint.
Yeah,
people were mad about Riley for anything.
People hated that guy.
Did you ever get your grandpa's reasoning behind that?
Because he hated him. He wanted Bo back.
You're just looking.
Yeah,
for
the problem
excuses.
was Nebraska went 180 degrees in the opposite direction.
Yep.
And
Classic.
so all the people that were triggered by Bo were happy that they didn't have a Bo, but all the people that love Bo thought this guy's
I thought Riley was going to be good.
just terrible milquetoast.
Oopsies.
I mean, comparatively,
Gotta give him a chance, you know?
Yeah.
It would have been nice if he would have had a chance.
It would have been interesting. 2 things. It would have been interesting. One, and I know it wouldn't have happened because Steve Peterson and Frank Solich were oil and water. But if they would have given Frank 1 more year after he'd made all the coaching changes to see what would happen. And the other one is if Eichhorst wouldn't have insisted on hiring Diakomania.
If he would have
To see if Nebraska could have built off of what they had in 16 and 17 without bringing in the worst defensive coordinator in Nebraska football
Well,
history.
I mean, we were pretty jacked about 17 anyway. Like, if they would have kept Banker, I mean, they were okay. They didn't need to do that. People would have been pretty excited about 17.
Think so?
Yeah.
I don't know. I mean, that 2-4 finish did really annoy people in 16.
But it would have been interesting. I mean,
But it grew, right? It went from 6 and 7 to 9 and 4,
Yeah,
and
they
now
definitely
what's next?
They definitely
you know?
improved.
Yeah. They
Tanner
improved.
Lee's coming in. You finally got your quarterback.
Man,
But
John and I were so excited about Tanner Lee.
I like Tanner Lee. I was big Tanner Lee.
He loved interceptions. That guy loved
He did
throwing
love
picks.
interceptions. He did.
He was a huge
A
fan.
little too addicted to the.
Might as well face it. You're addicted to picks. Yeah, he threw a lot of them, man.
Sipping on Grandpa's old cough medicine. Yep.
Yeah, he did throw a lot of
And
picks.
for those, it was interceptions for him.
He did. God,
Remember the one he
love
threw
him.
off of a Zigboo's face?
No.
It was like a swing pass. I think it was the Northern Illinois game. Or
Yes,
maybe it was the
yes,
Oregon
yes.
game.
I know what you're talking
He just
about.
threw
now.
it to the side and it went right off of a
Bonk.
Zigboo's face.
Well,
Yep.
what was the one that happened against Wisconsin?
I
Wasn't
think
that
that's
off
actually.
Oh,
I
maybe
think
it was
that's
that
the
one?
helmet
Okay,
one.
that was
Okay.
the one.
Yeah.
I mean, he threw like 5 pick sixes.
He threw 2 against Northern Illinois. He threw 1 against Wisconsin, and there might have been another one.
I think maybe Penn State. I mean, there were some bad deals to happen in that game too.
See, I don't remember much about that game because I was too busy
Weighing nachos.
enjoying Jack's just going hyper.
You know, one of my random memories from that year, of all the memories I have. So John and I did the first overreaction of the season. John was at home. I was here.
What was
and
that? Oh,
Arkansas State.
Yeah.
Remember Arkansas State just slowly came on back? So here's my memory. We had John and Q on one of the old boards. And so back then it would come out of the speakers.
Awesome.
And so just so we could, communicate with him, whoever the producer was, I don't remember. And John just starts, now you're not going to beat the allegations of being a Husker hater, just starts cackling as things unfold the way they do towards the end of the game. It's like, oh my gosh, are we about to come on the air after a loss of a game they were leading by 3 scores? Thankfully,
43-36.
it's a stupid score.
it is a stupid
I
score.
believe
Yeah.
that was it.
I
And
don't remember what I was laughing at.
just the team being inept.
Yeah.
Oh
And
my
then they-
gosh, are they actually going to blow this?
So the next game was the Oregon game, right?
Yeah, I went to that game.
And they got smoked, but then came back.
They were down 42-14 at the half, and they lost by 7. They had the ball with a chance to tie it on like 3 or 4 possessions.
Amazing.
Yeah, but on the last one, Tanner Lee threw a pick.
Dang it.
That
Yeah.
game was awesome because they both wore their colors. That game was great.
Did they?
Oregon
Did
wore green, Nebraska wore red.
Yes.
Did they wear
Yeah.
red?
Yeah.
Yes, they did.
I believe that was
And
the
they're-
last game for Trey Bryant. Remember his knees?
Yes.
They were
Oh,
grinding
yeah.
on each other.
Chronic knee
Oh.
injury.
Yeah. He like had no
And there was wildfires and
No
stuff.
cartilage.
no cartilage. Thank you,
Ugh.
Nick. That's what the word I was.
He was
Gross.
cartilageless. His poor
Yeah,
knee.
it was an interesting season. to
Stibbs
say
with
the
his
least.
bad take. I miss Tommy Armstrong. Stibbs and I had many debates about Tommy Armstrong.
I'm not sure about that.
He loved pirouetting.
I didn't hate Tommy Armstrong.
He just wasn't as good as Taylor Martinez.
No, but
He
it was
liked
going to be
hucking
hard.
it and chucking it.
It was going to be hard to be
Speaking
as
of
good as
interceptions,
Team
Yeah,
Magic.
he was a huge interception guy.
Yeah.
Not as many pick sixes,
Mhm.
but huge interception guy.
Yeah.
I think he threw 16 and 15.
Yeah.
That was a lot. It
Remember
was
the
too
pass
many.
against Illinois? Remember that play?
Oh. Remember Langsdorff threw him under the bus?
No, what did he say?
He was like, Tommy was supposed to run, but he passed. Basically after that game. That was awesome.
To,
Dude,
to
that
which
was
I was
so
saying,
bad.
why was there a run pass option even in the
No, what he was saying was that it wasn't an RPO. Like it was
Right.
literally a run play.
Yeah,
He
yeah.
passed.
if they ran the ball twice over the if they ran for it on that was third down, and then if they just run it on fourth down, Illinois would have had 15 seconds left. So
Yeah.
they got it with a minute and a half.
I do remember cackling after they scored that touchdown.
I was calling
I'm sorry, but I am
Did you
even
cackle?
with my own team when they do something so stupid that they deserve to lose. I can't help but laugh because I love watching stupid things get punished.
Okay. Let's go the John Cackle meter. Let's think.
Steve Bartman. How much were you laughing in that moment, John?
Well, but that wasn't a team mistake. That was a
That's-
fan mistake.
Okay. What about the 84 when the
What's the
the
dumbest thing
shortstop
one
let
of
the
your
ball
teams
go
has
under his
done?
hand?
It wasn't the shortstop. It was Leon Durham.
My
And
bad.
that was just an error.
What's the dumbest thing one of your teams has done that you can remember?
What about Oz Hakeem? Did he make you laugh?
Well, one of the dumbest things the Cubs have ever done was hired Craig Counsell.
Got him.
Nice.
Oh man.
Have the Rams ever done anything really stupid?
Oh, of course they have.
Hmm.
Hired Jeff Fisher.
Oh, nice, Mr. 8-8.
Yeah. Yeah.
He loved going 8-8.
Ooh, yeah. I can't, I'm sure there was.
It's tough on the spot.
I'm sure there was, but I just
Did you cackle when Nebraska lost to Minnesota in the first game of 2023 and that guy had that diving catch in the end zone and he
The Michael
toe-tapped?
Jordan one?
Yes. Did you cackle? Because they turned it over. They turned it over. That led to that possession.
no,
right?
I probably did though on
Anthony
the fumble that led to the field
Anthony
goal.
Grant. No,
Yeah.
no.
Or
The fumble.
that
The
led
fumble
to
led to the touchdown, and then
Yeah.
and then they were at midfield, and Jeff Sims threw a pick. Triggered.
Yeah, that didn't get. I don't think that got a big cackle.
No, that was one of those. Oh no, it's going to be another bad season.
What was number one in the Groin Kick Chronicles? Josh?
2019 Colorado.
Did you cackle when they flea flicked them?
No, we were listening to that
we were
outside.
listening, yeah, we thought the game was
We
over.
didn't. So we didn't.
Well, not
we-
over, but we thought
That's
it was
when
in
we
good hands.
left. And so we're walking, and John is trying to pull up the game on the on his phone,
on
so
the
we can
phone
listen
app,
to it.
yeah,
This
yeah.
is pre let's watch it on our phones, right? And so the noise happens, and because it was 50-50, we didn't know who scored. We had no idea. And then we
Yeah,
heard.
why didn't I
You
try to
told
pull
that
it up
story on
phone,
the Groin
on
Kick
the
Chronicles.
video?
I did indeed. Because it was 2019, and you probably didn't have YouTube TV, and I don't think I had YouTube TV.
No, but it should have been on the Fox app, right?
That app. Not always.
I've never
great.
had issues with that.
In
But
the
anyway,
mountains.
Yeah.
but anyway,
So
yeah,
we
I was
listened
trying to
to
pull it in, and we could hear the
Yeah.
crowd roar, and it was like
That was less
uh-oh.
cackling and more sadness of the post-game show was just
Yeah, that would have been big.
horribly depressing.
It went from what could have been just an incredible
All-timer.
all-time atmosphere,
Yeah.
to sadness.
We
and
wanted
bad
to-
decisions.
Can we book a flight for midnight and just go home now? We were
Yes.
just so sad.
Are we going to be doing that in 10 days?
No, Happer. They're going
You're
to
just going to
win.
drive home after Big Red Overreaction.
If they
at
lose,
2?
yes, we're leaving.
No more TikTok house.
No more TikTok house. That would suck.
You would make me drive home.
Oh, that's right. I'm riding with you. Nah, never mind. Fine. Yeah, we'd have to go home though to get the clothes and then leave. Extra depressing.
Exactly.
We'll just go to sleep.
We'd get home about the time we're supposed to be on the air.
That's true. We'll just
Or-
go.
You'll just go home and crash on the couch
No,
where your bed is.
no, Nick. I will not be doing such a thing.
Hmm.
By the way, Sam with a great reminder for Nick. We're teaching you things.
Okay.
There's no way Grim can understand what the Riley stuff was like in the moment. Lee Barfnik wrote an article criticizing him for going to a minor league baseball
That was
game.
awesome. Great time.
He would have hated Matt.
That's
It was
like-
a Salt Dogs game. It was a Salt Dogs
That
game.
to a
is
Salt
like
Dogs game.
10 suit levels of hate.
But Lee hated a lot of things.
Lee criticized him for going to a Salt Dogs?
Yes,
Mhm.
because he would go to the Salt Dogs games, and it was just like a quip, like, what's your coach doing at a Lincoln Salt Dogs
Well,
game?
because it's a 10-minute walk away. Why not?
Well,
There we go.
because he lived downtown.
It's not my take. It's not my take.
I got
All
it.
right,
Okay,
let's
this
hear
is
it.
the
Let's hear it.
lead up. This is November 13th, 2017. So this is right before he's fired. This is a few weeks
Yeah,
away.
we already knew he was out the door by that point.
It's an image that's been stuck in my head since appearing on Twitter in August. First of all, what a sentence. On the Sunday before Nebraska's opening game
Do you
this
not
season,
have anything better to do with your life than picture that?
Coach Mike Riley and his wife were pictured attending a Lincoln Salt Dogs independent league baseball game. Part of me wanted to pass it off as no big deal. Maybe he needed some fresh air. The rest of me recoiled at the thought of missing valuable preparation time 6 days before the biggest season of Mike Riley's life at Nebraska.
Awesome. What an awesome take. We miss Lee.
We do miss Lee, man. I miss his
I
so
mean, I
much.
miss him, and I respect Lee a lot. I've agreed with many of his takes. That one
Bad.
That one doesn't make a damn bit of
Sounds
sense
like
in the world.
Lee needed to go to a Salt Dogs game just so he could touch some grass.
I mean, nobody is spending more time at other events than Matt Rhule. I mean, Matt
Yeah.
Rhule's sitting ringside
And
at
on
WWE.
podcasts.
Oh, should we call Lee and ask him his take on Rhule?
He would not be a fan.
Mm.
He talks too
Man, you
much.
could have
He does
game
too many
planned that
things.
Wisconsin game
He
better,
talks
but
about
no,
his
you had to
fingers.
watch John Cena. You can't see me. Well,
Right.
guess what, Matt? I could see you at the WWE event. I got the
Nice.
column written already.
Thank you. Wow, that's good stuff.
Lee also wrote a column about how Nebraska basketball was a joke because they had the Shim Shams.
He went in on them so hard.
Not that Nebraska basketball's a joke just because it is.
No, this is specifically why this is a joke, because they had the Shim Shams.
Oh, okay.
I'm telling you, you can mock it all you want, but the Shim Shams were a crowd-pleasing favorite.
Were they?
Yes, they were.
Mm.
For the crowd of that time, yes. For the crowd of today, who gets to drink right across the. I mean, you got to remember at Devaney,
It's a different game.
there
Different time.
wasn't alcohol within a mile of that place, right?
That's true.
And it's
In your
not
car.
like people were sitting out in the parking lot tailgating in February weather. So they were as sober could be at Devaney Center, and the basketball wasn't that great, so the Shim Shams were a nice little treat. Now at PBA, where there's drinking everywhere.
Oh, drinking. All
Oh
over the
man,
place.
those poor Shim Shams would get a plastic bottle thrown at their head.
Yeah, just like the
From the third
Superstars
row.
did. That
Superstar.
the
You
Superstar.
can't tell me
I think
that
peop-
the Shim Shams were worse than the Superstar.
I think the Superstars get too much hate. There, I said it. I said it.
I
It
mean,
is
they
my
were
truth.
I don't even know who
I think the Superstars are
they were
fine.
bad.
They did the
were
halftime show
bad.
for the Creighton game a couple years ago, and they were inflatable
I remember this.
dinosaurs.
Yes.
I will say
I think
this:
people were mad at-
if that game had been a lot more competitive, because it was not competitive, I think they would have been remembered more fondly.
That's what I'm
100%,
saying. I
John.
think people were just mad about what was happening
Right.
during the game, and
'Cause
they
Creighton-
just directed
Yeah,
their
'cause
anger.
Creighton
They went on a
went
big
half.
run. They
Yeah.
went on a big run right
They
before
went a
half.
big run.
Yeah.
K-State got teed up because he lost his temper, and the
Yeah, he
place
hit
was
the
just
backboard.
He was not. They were not happy, and they could have brought out Taylor Swift and J-Lo, and they would have been like, "Screw these two," and not literally.
Do people still like J-Lo?
I don't know.
Well, I was thinking for the older fans who,
Okay.
who like the big booty. Damn it, K-State got teed up. Get that fat ass out of here.
Enough
Hello.
with the J-Lo. Nebraska ball's losing to Creighton.
What if J-Lo was one of the Superstars?
Could have been. She could have been Kevin Durant eater
Yeah.
What game was this that
That
they
was
did the Superstar?
2 years ago.
It was
That
the
was
Nebraska.
The Nebraska Creighton game that they won
In-
by 30 in Lincoln.
Oh,
Lincoln.
that one. Okay. Okay.
Yeah,
in Lincoln.
A Sunday game, which this year will also be on a Sunday.
Is
Yeah.
it really?
Hate it.
Yeah.
Wow.
I hate it so much.
Well, they
During
usually-
the
I mean,
NFL, our sacred sport.
yeah.
My day, and they're taking it away from me.
They're not taking it away.
I'm gonna have to turn it on the main TV so I can
You're
listen.
not going to.
You might have to
I
go.
have it on, John.
You might have to go.
Why?
You never know. You might see the Shim Shams might be
Don't
there.
push that evil on me, Ricky Bobby. I ain't gonna be going to that game.
Poor Rink Mass is going to get teed up at the end of the first half, and some poor Shim Sham's going to get clogged in the head.
Maybe I'll bring a third or a fourth TV into the basement so I can put it on
A fourth
that.
TV has hit the Peterson basement.
Maybe I will.
Just do Red Zone and Nebraska ball and Creighton. Is it an afternoon game?
I'm trying to find the time. When is the time, John?
Of what?
The game this year.
I don't
The
know if it's been
Creighton-Nebraska
announced, has
game.
it?
Let's
The actual tip time?
It's December 7th.
Wow.
Great. Now the superstars are going to do a salute to Pearl Harbor.
All right.
What if it's on Peacock?
the game?
Ooh, that could be a Peacock.
Oh, that'd be fun.
Like
That could be
Peacock
it.
just throws all their resources behind getting the Creighton, Nebraska.
That could be a Peacock game.
All right, let's see.
Odson says, Josh, you can host shoot around that day.
No,
Oh,
I cannot.
Great idea.
I will be busy.
Bring
we have
it
TVs
back.
in here.
No.
The NFL will be on.
All right,
True.
my team. Oh, they play on Thursday that week, so that's positive. Let's see.
Is it?
No. Chiefs play the Texans on Sunday Night Football. The Rams play the Cardinals of Arizona. Oh, the Bengals play the Bills.
Oh,
Yeah,
that's
I'm
a
not-
325.
I'm
John
not
will
trying
miss
to-
that. John's going to miss the Rams game.
That's the 325 game. Bills Bengals. I ain't trying to miss that for no hoops.
Who did the Dolphins play that day?
Let's see, Nick. The Dolphins play.
The Jets.
Wow.
Oh,
At noon.
Just a guess.
ew.
Well, you had a decent chance.
Guess
of
who
it
the
now.
Packers play?
Bears.
The
Wow.
Lions.
John nailed it. Look at that. We have Creighton Packer fans in the audience. They're going to be extra triggered that day or stressed. Let's see who else matters.
That's a noon or
Not
a
Husker
3:30.
Packer
It's a
fans?
noon game. No, there are.
Well,
yeah,
depending on what
somebody
time the
will be
Creighton
mad.
game is, maybe the Creighton game's at 4.
Maybe the Creighton game is at 4. The Sunday games are usually late afternoon, are they not?
They've been around like 2 o'clock, 1 o'clock, 2 o'clock. Because I remember last time I got home in time to see the Rams end of the Rams game. So it must have been like a 2 o'clock tip.
I think that was mid-afternoon.
Yeah.
Basketball.
Ah, I miss it. Bring it back.
It will be here eventually.
It will
Cannot
be here
wait.
sooner than you think.
I mean, preseason is like, isn't the exhibition game like 2 months from today?
You know, if you
Something
think
like
about
that.
it, football season's only a month before we get to basketball season. Then
That's
it's just
true.
basketball season.
Yeah.
You know, the closer that we get to football season starting, the closer we get to football season ending. You ever
That's
thought
true.
about
That
that?
is true.
But the closer we get to the next football season starting too.
No, but then it means we're even closer to college baseball starting,
that nobody
which
cares.
is the real countdown. That
No,
everyone's
it is not
excited
the real
for.
countdown.
I love February
Just think
baseball.
about what you feel like in like late February.
Sad, depressed.
It's coming.
Eagles are
We're
back-to-back champs.
just around the
Ugh.
corner, late February.
Yeah, I'll be in my feels.
It's coming.
Yeah, that'll.
Maybe some changes will happen with the Cowboys.
Oh, like a one and done, like a firing of Shoddy.
Smiles and glory holes.
Yeah.
That kind of change.
Somebody would have to die.
It's going to be announced he found the fountain of youth.
No, that's not real, Nick. That's imaginary.
Are you sure?
Imaginary.
Maybe we just haven't found it yet, Josh.
Interesting.
The story didn't just pop up out of nowhere.
Maybe he actually found it and we just don't know.
Oh,
He will live forever, though.
I want to live
Jera.
forever.
It is.
What?
It is sad.
You
What
bringing
if
up
they just-
February
what
made me
if-
sad.
Because remember,
What?
this was a few years ago, but remember that in the tour of the stadium, they have the AI Jera who does it like a presentation. Remember, we did this on the show.
Mm-mm.
Yeah, they have like this
Holographic Jera?
holographic Jera
Mhm.
who does this like history of the Cowboys. That's what they're working on. Even after his physical body is gone,
Oh.
AI Jera will still run the Cowboys.
Do you
Awesome.
think they won't tell anybody when Jerry actually dies, and then it will turn to this thing where he's a hologram this whole time, and suddenly nobody's allowed
Yes.
to touch him?
Yep.
Or Jera has a twin.
They'll put his corpse up behind this thing, but the podium will be just a little high, so you can't see his mouth move, but you
Yeah.
can hear his voice.
For
Johnny
sure.
Jones.
Isn't that what they said about Avril Lavigne?
Yeah. Well,
The internet thinks that she died like 15 years ago.
and then they think
Really?
another artist got reconstructive surgery.
People did the same thing with Paul McCartney. back in
Exactly. It's the
60s.
exact same theory, except with Avril
It
Lavigne.
sounds like the
Paul is dead.
Ultimate Warrior thing. Oh, the real Ultimate Warrior died. This is a different Ultimate Warrior.
I like know they
those
did
theories.
that with
Those are
Paul
fun.
McCartney.
Yeah.
Yeah, I read a book about it.
Yeah, I believe there was a cheer at the Husker games. Paul is dead. Go Big Red.
Like, I think
That's him though, right? That's Paul. That's
Oh,
Paul.
Yes, it's Paul McCartney.
That's him.
Yes.
Yeah, no one can be that British and that like cheeky.
I don't know. Maybe.
I'm Paul McCartney.
Oh, Paul McCartney. Remember when he did
Hello,
it? Remember when he was like
Paul
eating
McCartney.
ice cream
Eat
randomly up
creamery.
here?
Dundee Day
Up
is
here
coming
in
up.
Dundee.
Wow, that's amazing.
And he was just up there. He's like,
With
"Hey,
Warren.
I'm going to eat some ice cream here."
That's exactly what he was like.
They probably don't have it over in England.
Ice cream?
It's just nasty. It's like liver ice cream or something.
Yeah, it's
bangers ice cream.
Would you like some pea ice cream?
Yes, it'd be. Oh,
It's all beans over
gross.
there.
Just gross people.
We got 2 gangs of ice cream here.
Now we're going soccer hooligan.
I love
British.
the best part about English accents is you got like all sorts of them.
Oh,
Like John
yeah.
just did one that
Hey!
is that it's like, oh wow, I know where that person lives, and Nick did one. I'm like, oh, I know where that person lives.
We got 2 gangs of ice cream here, plain and haggis.
Did you know?
That's like Hagrid.
With real pieces of guts.
Oh,
Do you
that's
know
reference
that
Zapper.
the British don't call sprinkles sprinkles or
Like-
jimmies? They call them hundreds and thousands.
Wait, Jimmy's. I've never even heard of that.
Jimmy's?
Jimmy.
Like Alan? Like I want some Jimmy Allens on my ice cream.
Jimmy's. I think of Jimmy's. I think of the rustling Jimmy's.
Me too.
Oh, Jimmy.
We got
Russell.
another kind of ice cream. It's got pieces of underwear in it. It's called Jimmy's.
Get your Jimmy's.
Get your Jimmy's in your
John, you need
haggis.
to do this accent more often. This is funny. Oh,
Hey, Craig Council, you suck. I wouldn't even let you run my cricket team.
Soccer hooligan John is the
Great.
character on the show.
let me run my cricket team.
Soccer hooligan.
Soccer hooligan John.
I like my soccer just like I like my ice cream filled with guts.
Well, no, you got to call it football, John.
Sorry, football, footy.
No, footy. There you go. That's some real hooligan talk.
Oh wait, isn't that what they call? Isn't that what Archie calls the Australian rules football? Don't they call that
footy.
footy?
Footy.
Yeah.
Over there.
Mm-hmm.
We need to interview Archie just to see if he mimics the dude behind the poles doing the double point.
By the way,
That's my
Abner,
favorite part of Australia.
you guys playing the Sue stuff today made me laugh because I also was like, this is a really weird
It's a
video.
weird video.
His safe being.
What?
Did you not see that?
No,
Indomitian Sue.
he's
Basically,
retired now, so I don't.
he
pay
posted a
attention.
video of talking to Archie Wilson about like how he remembers what it was like, but he obviously
What,
did it
being
just
an Australian in America.
see, and that's what he made
He
fun of it.
goes, well, I know what it's like to be homesick. I'm from Portland. And he's
Well,
from
I guess some people think Portland is a foreign country.
Yeah. And so that was funny. And then Hudson immediately going to the safe was also where I went to because it's like you could see it right there. Like, yeah, I wonder what kind of safe it is and if it could be easy to break into or not.
But he was like, just,
And he
you
kept
know,
moving
ask
in the
Coach
video.
Rhule. Just ask Coach Rhule my number and, you know, we'll hook up or whatever.
Hey, what's up, Archie?
Also, I go to board meetings in Melbourne.
Yeah.
So
Just
you
a
know.
lot of bragging.
Yeah.
He could have just sent the video to Archie. He
He
didn't
could.
have to tweet it.
Mm.
But anyway, made me laugh.
Pretty
Yeah.
funny.
Big Mr. Sue. He,
Mm-hmm.
you know, he gets voted all-time AP All-American and figures he can do anything.
He can.
He is a legend.
He is a legend.
He could walk across the field in a
Just mean
rainstorm.
I mean, because he was on that list, maybe he should have his number retired.
Sue?
Yeah.
I thought he did.
Well, it's a jersey.
Oh.
Remember, they don't retire numbers.
He's got his
Except for
name
a
up
few
there.
of them. Yeah, he has his name up there. That's
Yeah,
true.
He does have his name.
They're
up
running
there.
out of numbers, though, John.
Wait a minute.
I guess
Yeah,
now the
yeah.
rosters are getting smaller. Maybe they could retire more.
Yeah, but they still have more than 100.
That's true. It is so
Yeah.
annoying when not to brag, I spot sometimes for football games. So annoying on special teams when it's like 48 made the tackle, but it's like which 48? Don't like it.
Yeah.
Don't like it. Not a fan.
They should give you, the coaches should give you the depth charts and see actually who's going to be on punt team and stuff like that.
We
That'd be
do.
nice.
We get those. It's just sometimes
Yeah.
you just never know. Crap, that reminds me. I need to make some special teams charts.
Why?
Because I'm spotting again, Happer. I'm helping out.
You don't just
broadcast.
show up and say, and point.
No, it's Kugler gave me advice once to make special teams charts because just the way it's all jumbled on the sheet.
Going above and beyond.
That's what I try to do. That's what I try to do.
Some play-by-play person will enjoy your services this
I
year.
hope so. I hope so.
Whoever that may be.
All right. Well, there's your crossover.
Wow. Okay.
Powered by Ever Level Concrete. Repair in Omaha at everlevelconcrete.com. We'll get a Monday Grum started next on 1620 The Zone.
KOZN. Unsportsmanlike conduct on 1620 The Zone. Husker athletics, Creighton and UNO. Don't miss a moment, they'll give you your fix. They're on every day from 2 until 6. Spend your afternoons with John, Josh, and Nick. John, Josh, and Nick. They'll show you what sports talk really is.
Oh boy! You know, if y'all are gonna keep saying it's almost football season, why can't we get football-like weather? Just even for a day.
August.
On sportsmanlike conduct on 1620 The Zone. Husker athletics, Creighton and UNO.
That's it. Look at next week.
Yeah, no, next week is football season. We're still not on football season yet, though, John. It's not until Farmageddon.
I'll believe it when I see
The
it.
second they kick off at Farmageddon, that is football season.
What if I could give you a weather guarantee on the show today, John?
You shut your hole.
Like, what if I said today
You
is
shut your hole.
the last really warm day of the summer? What if I said that? The 90-degree days are done, folks. Like something like that. How would you feel about that? Summer weather is done. Oppressive humidity and heat is done, folks.
Lord.
How I didn't say it. I'm asking how you would feel.
You know the answer to that
How
question.
does it
that'd
feel?
be like asking, hey, how would you like a hot poker jammed in your eye? I think you kind of know what the answer is going to be. Anytime you try to make a weather guarantee, that is a bad thing.
Okay. Well, maybe I will do it. Maybe I won't. We'll find out. Stay tuned on the Grum.
Maybe I'll throw Josh into oncoming traffic. Maybe I won't. We'll find out.
We
Anyway,
will.
welcome to the Grum. It's a brand new week, and
It's a football week.
no, it's not.
Yes, it is.
No, it's not.
There are games this weekend, one involving local teams. It's football week.
Are they local or regional?
What the hell are regionals anyway? First of all, Nick. And second of all, yes, it's a local game. Ames is what? 2.5 hours away?
Yeah.
Manhattan's 3 hours away? That's local. Are the Chiefs local?
I think that's local.
Are the Chiefs local?
No.
No, absolutely not.
I think they are.
It's the last week before the last week. 25 teams and 25 Grum. By the way, this is the Grum Down brought to you by the referees at John Higgins Weather Guard.
What up?
Georgia today in 25 teams. Nick goes for 21 out of 21. Jordan Hill, 24/7 Sports, will join us. We'll preview the Dow.
A lot of numbers we just did.
By the
there.
way, I started the SEC series on Netflix yesterday. It's pretty good.
SEC series.
Yeah, it's called Any Given Saturday. It's like a 7-part documentary on last year's. It's on it's new, but it was on last year's SEC season.
Oh, is it like on the field?
Oh,
like,
yeah.
Like an NFL Films type thing?
Yeah, it's kind of like
like
Hard Knocks-ish.
Drive to Survive, but
I mean, like
football.
the first episode featured a lot of Brian Kelly and LSU because they lost that first game but it shows him at his house,
Yeah. Oh,
with his dad.
interesting.
And,
Okay.
Then
their
the
gumbo
second
bacon.
one, a lot of it was on Florida and DJ Lagway.
Yep.
Who
was hurt.
Flag Will.
But it's a pretty good series.
Look at that. You're
It's got
getting ready.
It's got the cuss words and everything.
You are getting ready for football, John, and I am here for it.
Well, I'm getting ready for SEC football.
Interesting.
That's
That's right, because you're an SEC homer.
Matt Rhule closing in on a game week. We've got some audio after Saturday's scrimmage. Is there a corner turning moment?
Ooh.
We'll discuss that.
Okay.
Manfred and Manfred's boy want to ruin everything.
And apparently, Mike Farron disagrees. I can't wait for tomorrow's interview.
No, that'll be good.
Yep. It's
Mitch
too early to
Sherman
tell.
of The Athletic
Oh, nice getting
will be
Nick.
along. It's also a Michael Severe Monday.
You see, he filled in on the morning show today.
He did.
He was
He
on with
filled in
Matt.
on
It's
Friday.
truly a Michael Severe Monday.
That guy- And you guys made an announcement. You're doing a pregame and a postgame show every week for the home games. John, you are the hardest working man at the zone.
No, pregame show.
Oh.
We're doing a home pregame show.
And then you'll be
1620 the pregame.
And then you'll be doing the postgame show
No,
because
I
you
won't.
are a hard working man.
Well, I am, but I'm not doing the post game.
Interesting. So you're not that hardworking, I guess. Yikes.
No, I just don't like taking things away that you covet so dearly.
Interesting.
I don't like to steal be like me walking into your house and stealing your bride. You wouldn't want me doing that, would you?
No.
Or your flat top.
That would make me sad. We use that this week for steaks.
Or one of your 3
Oh,
TVs.
when you said flat top, I thought Josh got a haircut.
No, we have
I forgot about the sex flat top.
Yeah, we have 5 TVs. No, 6 TVs, Nick.
But not in your
You got more
basement
TVs
cluster.
and rooms in your house.
That's true. Yeah, that's true.
Does Mr. Banks get a TV?
No.
Play the dog channel?
Wow, the dog doesn't get a TV.
No. I mean, he
He's
sits
forced
there.
to watch the crap that you watch.
That's true. He's like, ooh, another Mr. Robot.
I bet he's the biggest baseball fan, and he gets pissed off every time you turn it
I
off.
wonder what he thought about Midsommar when I watched that on Wednesday.
Probably freaked him the hell out.
Mid
Probably
what?
did. It's a horror movie set
Never
in
heard
the
of it.
daytime.
Never set in the daytime. That's different.
It's It's wild.
I think we need more daytime horror.
Have you ever seen Midsommar?
No, but I've heard it's
I want to give it real quick. You finish the Grum down, and then I'll give credit.
The Jays pick up another newcomer. The Brewers, who are up 2-0 in the
they
fifth,
finally lost.
can stick a fork in the Cubs.
Oh, they're up 2-0.
Yeah, no
just
crap.
said that.
Yeah, in the fifth.
And we've got some updated K Ford numbers.
Choo choo.
A slight downgrade.
Ah,
Oh.
boo boo.
Wow, that's our friend.
402-951-1620 is the Prairie Flower Casino Zone hotline. You know, you can also go to 1620thezone.com and register to win gift cards, $100 gift cards from Prairie Flower Casino. 1620thezone.com. The JTech Construction Zone Twitter page is at USC 1620.
Yup.
And the Equitable Bank inbox is John at 1620thezone.com, Josh at 1620thezone.com, Nick at 1620thezone.com. Equitable takes banking personally, answers the phone on the first ring.
They do. And by the way, stay tuned to the JTech Constructions on Twitter feed because on Thursday, phase 4 goes up. Our poll question,
that's
because
true.
it's time.
It
What
is.
will Nebraska's record be in 2025?
Are we going to start? Are we asking this week or next week?
No, we're asking on Thursday.
Yeah, but
Because
like our
Thursday will be a
guests.
week out.
I see what
When are
Nick's
we gonna
asking.
get
Are
our
we going
guest
to? Yeah. We
predictions?
will start on Thursday. Well, we will start on Friday
Okay.
because starting on Friday, those guests, that will be their last appearance before the game. Like we will talk to Robin next
Does that
Thursday.
mean Jack has to lead things off?
Wow, he does.
Oh, boy.
Unless
That's
we
gonna
want to ask him
That's
when
going to
he's
set a bizarre
He's going to
bar.
join us for all 8 hours of radio coverage
Well,
on Thursday,
he's
which
gonna-
there's no confusion about.
Jack's going to pick 11-1 this season, and then when they don't do it,
It
he's-
was
it
a
was
bit.
a joke.
It
I
was a
jo-
bit.
Did you seriously think I
Yeah,
was
we don't
serious?
allow bits.
Yep.
You got to give an actual prediction, no bits.
Correct.
I'm floating between two
These are,
records right
these are
now.
very
4 and 8,
important,
3 and 9.
very important distinctions.
Sure.
Nice, Nick. So yeah, stay tuned. That'll be Thursday.
Thursday.
I wanted to give a shout out to listener Justin, who mailed me, or no, he dropped it off and then he gave me an envelope to mail it back.
Wait,
to
he
him.
actually sent you a stamped envelope
No,
mail?
so he gave me an envelope so I could send it back to him. He loaned me, he dropped it off at the station. But he already included the envelope with his address on it, so all I had to do was put it in the box.
This is interesting.
Yeah, so he gave me a 3-hour extended cut of Midsommar on Blu-ray. And so I watched it on Wednesday night because I wasn't doing anything. Wow, what a great
Wait,
listener.
so is that the reason why you never returned Niatawa's copy of The Fugitive?
I couldn't mail it?
Because you couldn't mail it
I
to
couldn't
him?
mail it to him, so I never gave it
He,
back.
he didn't give you a self-addressed stamped envelope?
You know what? I did watch this faster than anything I've ever watched before because I was like, I don't want to pull a Niatawa again. Because I was like, if I don't watch it now, I'll probably never get around to it because football season will be here. So thank you to Justin. That movie is a trip.
Man, meanwhile, somehow we're out there, Niatawa was like bored on
I tried to
Sunday
give it to him.
afternoon, and it's like, man, I'd really like to watch The Fugitive, and it's not on one of the 17 cable channels it's usually on.
That really
Man,
is
I wish I had that DVD copy I loaned Peterson.
The Fugitive really is a Sunday afternoon movie.
By the time I tried to give it back, Blu-rays were in fashion. He was like, I don't want no DVD anymore.
Yeah.
I miss John. Hope John's doing well.
Me too.
John, hope you're doing well.
He is. I occasionally see him writing articles.
He's a
at
Creighton boy. Yeah.
Yeah.
Shout out to John.
Johnny Ottawa.
Johnny Ottawa.
Let's
There's a
see.
drop in the system somewhere
Yes,
that
there
says
is. Yes, there is. That is
All that and more on football week. Nick, search for a drop that says football week because it's football week. We got
Oh, yeah,
week
we do have
0.
that drop.
The countdown is on to either the end of our long leg of predictions or the beginning of our new leg of predictions. We still haven't decided ahead of Friday. Either way, though, play it, Nick.
Football week.
Boom. We're back. We made it. You're welcome.
It's still
America.
95 and humid outside.
That
I'm not
doesn't
counting
matter.
it.
It's always 95 and humid at the beginning of football season. This isn't new.
That's dangerous, man. You're encouraging these kids to go out there and risk their lives.
Drink water.
Well, they need more than. Sometimes you need electrolytes. That
Or
water
drink
won't do
electrolytes.
that.
I had a drink with electrolytes in it today. Yeah. Got to be safe.
Paige found this new stuff. She got a sampler. It's like this powder, then you mix it in.
Yeah,
Really
that's
good.
what I do.
I like it a lot.
Yeah.
I don't
That's
remember
good.
the name.
Mustache Adam writes, I don't care. John getting his fugitive tape back.
I don't care.
You want it back? I don't care. You've had it for 8 years, Josh. I don't care.
One of these days, someone's going to put a lot of money on that, and you're going to be sitting on it, and he's not going to get a chance
Money
to
on
sell it
what?
to some kind
Sitting
of
on
museum.
what?
It'll be in a museum somewhere.
Oh,
hey,
it
look, an
belongs in a
original
museum.
DVD copy of The Fugitive.
Mm,
I
Worth
watched
widescreen.
millions.
I watched Last Crusade this weekend.
Wow, look at you.
I love Last
Look at
Crusade.
us watching movies. I watched Get Out and I watched Midsommar. I had a great weekend.
Last Crusade is the best Indiana Jones movie.
No.
Yeah, I think
Yeah.
the first one is.
The
Last Crusade, Raiders,
And then nobody cares.
Crystal Skull.
No,
Temple of
Crystal
Doom.
Call. Crystal. See, he had this
Fine.
bad take on Friday that Crystal Skull is better than Temple of Doom.
I didn't like either of them.
Temple of Doom was not as bad as people say. It just didn't live up to the original. But Crystal Skull, terrible.
Yeah, and it didn't live up to the one after that or Crystal Skull.
No, Crystal Skull was terrible.
What about the fifth one, Nick? Thoughts on that?
It's okay.
You saw it?
Yeah.
What?
Yeah.
Wow.
Well, someone
It was
had to.
streaming somewhere. I'm like, I haven't
Probably
watched this
Disney.
yet. I'll
Someone
watch
had
it.
to.
Mm.
Well, coming up next, Jordan Hill of 24/7 Sports, as we reach the final week of 25 teams in 25 grums, and it's time for Georgia. Coming up here on 1620 The Zone.
Georgia! They're an extra point away. Dominant, love it. Late pressure, lofts it, and into the end zone is Cash Jones. Touchdown, Cash Jones. Razor straight ahead and straight in. Oh, it's great in 8. Georgia wins it.
They handed to him. Touchdown! Georgia are SEC champions! As every dog digs really deep.
It's time for 25 teams in 25 grums.
I don't think he had
He didn't have a pun.
He didn't have a cute little, Jim Nance-ish type pun. Every dog digs in and does her job. I missed that call because I believe that was in the championship game, right?
It was,
SEC
yeah. You're probably calling a basketball game.
I was driving home listening on the radio.
Mm.
That's what it was.
Mm-hmm.
By the way, note to self, do not schedule Georgia and Colorado back-to-back days in 25 teams and 25 grums. They have the same fight song. But Georgia's the one that made it more popular because, they're Georgia. Jordan Hill covers the Bulldogs for 24/7 Sports. Jordan, thanks for joining us here this week.
Yeah, appreciate you having me. And I don't want to critique someone else's work. He couldn't have come up with every dog has its day. Look, I don't, this is maybe me armchair quarterback, but no, happy to be on and happy to catch up.
Maybe something like every dog gets a bone, every dog howls, every dog gets a treat. Hey, would you like a cookie or something?
The Georgia Bulldogs are the good boys.
Yeah, they're the good little boys. Oh. Well, speaking of good, that's what Georgia's hoping out of Gunnar Stockton this year as he takes over the quarterback duties full time. What kind of performance is it going to take from him to get folks to forget about Carson Beck?
Well, I think the biggest thing they want and need out of Gunnar Stockton is just to play steady football and to not force the issue. And I think Georgia deserves a lot of credit for how they've surrounded him with talent this offseason. Not only with some of the guys coming back, Colby Young, Dylan Bell at receiver, Nate Frazier, the leading rusher from last year, but they went and got in the portal, getting Zachariah Branch from USC, Noah Thomas from Texas A&M. As part of that receiving core. I think Georgia has put him in a position where Gunnar doesn't have to feel like he's got a press, that he doesn't have the weapons he needs around him to keep this offense going and for this offense to take a step forward after what I think a lot of people would have considered a down year in 2024 with Carson Beck. So I think Gunnar does have the advantage in the fact that Georgia fans are wanting him to succeed. When a quarterback winds up transferring, more often than not, the fan base he left just is hoping the next guy is better than him and can live up to the kind of success he had. So I think that, I don't see Gunnar being a Heisman Trophy candidate, anything like that, but I think he is the guy that can get Georgia where they need to go. Can get the offense clicking to the point that Georgia can contend for a national title. And if you're a Georgia fan, that's plenty to make up for losing Carson Beck. And I think that would be if Gunnar could live up to that, I think most Georgia fans would be just satisfied.
Jordan, you mentioned Nate Frazier, top 100 4-star coming out of high school. What kind of step forward are you expecting from him this year?
I think this is an interesting year where, we look at this time last year, Nate Frazier was really getting toward the end of fall camp. He was not a spring enrollee, so he was not around for spring practice last year. So we really ended fall camp not sure what kind of role he would play. Now, there had been enough buzz that you thought he'd get involved. And then, by probably October, it was clear that he was a huge part of that run game along with Trevor Etienne. And Trevor gets hurt, and Nate Frazier winds up being the leading rusher. So I think this was huge for him to have an entire offseason, have the winter workouts, spring practice. He's played really well during fall camp as well. So I think he's got an opportunity to be a really consistent top back. Mike Bobo, the offensive coordinator, talked a few weeks ago about trying to teach Nate that not every run has to be an explosive run. That Mike pointed out so many young running backs, they're used to being the best player on their field, like they were on Friday night. But sometimes you have to take what a defense will give you. And, instead of trying to make a run, a 20-yard run that winds up going for 2 yards, you take and identify holes in the defense and you make it a 6-yard run. And you kind of live that way and make explosive plays along the way. I think Nate is in a better position not only to do that, but I'd say the biggest critique about his game as a freshman was he had quite a few issues fumbling the football, some in key spots. He had a fumble in the second half of Georgia's loss to Ole Miss that essentially knocked Georgia out of that game. And then there were a few miscues along the way that he kind of got bailed out. He had a fumble in the SEC title game that bounced right up to Arian Smith, and Georgia kept the football. But I think Nate is poised to be Georgia's leading running back again. I think he's got the talent to get this run game going. They want to have a more productive season on the ground compared to last year. And I think the combination Nate Frazier, the other backs they have, and the offensive line in front of them, I think they are well prepared to take that step forward in 2025.
Jordan Hill, 24/7 Sports, joining us as we preview Georgia and 25 teams and 25 Grums. As you mentioned in the outset, Jordan, Bulldogs went into the portal. Zachariah Branch comes over from USC. Noah Thomas was a wide receiver last year at Texas A&M. How much better in totality should this group be as they try to, make that passing game even more productive?
I think it's a complete 180. And I think that if you look at last year, Georgia wins the SEC, but I think for a lot of fans, this kind of speaks to the standard at Georgia right now, that they felt like there were parts of the season that were disappointing, and the offense was a big part of it. And I think nothing was more disappointing than the wide receivers. I mean, for all the success Georgia had, the wide receivers led the nation in drops. I mean, you have more drops as a team than UAB. UAB did not have a great season. That just kind of tells you that things are not living up to expectations, living up to the potential. So you lose Arian Smith, you lose Dom Lovett, a pair of guys that are now in the NFL, and who, Arian Smith was Georgia's leading receiver last year. You go get Zachariah Branch, who I think is in a very good position to be Georgia's leading receiver this year. You go get Noah Thomas, who has, I think, been one of the MVPs of fall camp. It seems like every time we've heard from folks, Noah Thomas's name has come up. You consider adding those guys. You bring back Colby Young, who's your X receiver, big, tall, outside receiver, who I think is going to get the ball a lot in the red zone. You get Dylan Bell, who's a senior, who's played a lot of football. You get London Humphreys, who I think a lot of people have kind of forgotten about, even among Georgia fans. I think he's going to be a big factor this year. Jacoby White-Helton, who's going to be a sophomore. And then they signed 5 wide receivers out of high school. So, I mean, the room looks completely different than it did a year ago. And, I think that when they went into the offseason, wide receiver, right along with safety, were the 2 positions that Georgia said, look, we have got to address this. We got to make it better. Credit to Kirby Smart, credit to the receivers coach James Coley, credit to Mike Bobo, the offensive coordinator. I think they've addressed that. And again, it kind of goes back to the conversation a few minutes ago about Gunnar Stockton. I think they've done a good job of surrounding him with talent in the passing game. And that's only going to make it, that much easier for a first-time starter at quarterback.
Jordan, before we get to defense, I want to skip ahead to what we kind of do sometimes at the end, and that's ask you about special teams. Because of Zachariah Branch's name coming up, obviously he was really good for the Trojans over the last few years. Georgia also returns a kicker and a punter. Like, how good can the special teams be this year for the Dogs?
I think they're counting on it to be exceptional. And to Georgia's credit, it has been very reliable in the last few years. Peyton Woodring coming back as the kicker, I think he's got a real chance to be in the Lou Groza Award mix. Zachariah Branch, who you mentioned, I think he'll be the punt returner. I think he might get involved in kick return too, but this is a guy that was a first-team All-American as a true freshman at USC, and he's the first Trojan to ever have that as a true freshman. So that speaks to how effective he was as a returner. The one question right now for Georgia is at punter. Brett Thorson's back, but he hurt his knee in the SEC title game last year. Did not play in that Sugar Bowl and has been rehabbing. I don't know that he's going to play in week 1 when Georgia plays Marshall. I think more realistically, you'll either see him week 2 against Austin Peay or week 3 at Tennessee. But, looking at Thorson, he was a Ray Guy finalist last year, had a phenomenal season, has been really good. And even if it takes him a little time to come back, they've got Drew Miller, who was the number 1 punter in his class a couple of years ago. punted in that Sugar Bowl. So they're in really good standing with special teams. And it's just something that we've kind of taken for granted, I think, in recent years. Georgia's been very reliable in that phase. 2 years ago, they didn't allow a single return in the punt game just because of how effective Brett Thorson and the Gunners were. So they're in really good shape going in as far as special teams. And I think even if Brett Thorson misses a little bit of time once the season starts, they'll still be rolling right along.
Jordan Hill with 24/7 Sports helping us preview the Georgia Bulldogs and 25 teams and 25 Grums. Up front on defense, you got Christian Miller, who a lot of folks think is going to be a NFL talent down the road. This was a team that was okay against the run, but by Georgia standards, maybe not as good as we have seen. Where does this group need to improve most up front?
I think you hit on it, and it's something that's sort of been a rallying cry for the entire Georgia team. On offense, it's running the ball better. On defense, it's stopping the run. And when you look at Georgia's best defenses in the last 5 years, especially 2021 and 2022, I mean, they were probably top 5 both years nationally as far as run defense and yards allowed on the ground per game. And last year, I think they finished probably like 35th, something like that nationally. Still really good, but compared to the standard they've set, that's just not where they anticipate and expect to be year to year. So you mentioned Christian Miller. To me, he might be the key of this entire defense. He's a guy that I thought really turned a corner last year. They needed him to come back given what they've lost on the defensive line to the NFL. And he's a guy that I think is poised to be that next first-round pick among Georgia's defensive linemen. And he's lived up to expectations during fall camp. I mean, when we've heard from some of these scrimmages, some of these practices, more often than not, Christian Miller's name has come up. So looking at that front, I think they're in a good position, especially with the defensive line when it comes to numbers. I think that they feel better about their depth on that defensive line compared to years past. I mean, I think more than likely you're looking at Christian Miller at defensive tackle. You're looking at Jordan Hall, a former 5-star at nose tackle. Joseph Jonah Ajonye, a very highly touted 4-star out of Texas in two cycles ago. And having him, Elijah Griffin, who is a true freshman, who was a 5-star they added this offseason, Xavier McLeod, a redshirt sophomore. They've gotten depth, and they've gotten, I think, the guys they need not only to start games well, but to be able to rotate guys in, be able to rely on those guys. I don't know if this defense will be the top in the nation when it comes to run defense. I do think, though, they will be better, and it starts with those big guys up front.
Jordan, last one from me. We're only a few years removed, I guess, from their last national championship, their second in a row. And it seems like last year was like the continuation of things dropping off just enough. So I wonder, when you view 2024 and what it means for this year and beyond, do you view it as like a glass half full SEC championship in a quote unquote down year? Or do you view it more as a glass half empty situation where it's kind of a sign of things to come, where you just wonder what it's going to mean for the next handful of seasons?
I'd say probably glass half full. And I think the biggest thing is, nobody around the Georgia program was satisfied and happy that the season ended the way it did. But I think when you look at 2025, it may be the best thing for the team that, the 2024 team didn't get it done. I think that there was, some disappointment in the fact that they weren't able to win that game against Notre Dame, especially the way it played out, not having Carson Beck, having a game that really turned on a fumble right before halftime and then a kick return to start the second half. I think you got a group that I would describe really both sides of the ball right now, talented but inexperienced. That's Gunnar Stockton. That's some of the guys that got to step up on the secondary. They've got guys who highly touted coming out of high school, young guys that are now being asked to do more than they've done in the past. So I think it's a driven group. I think it's a group that, other than Gunnar being in that SEC title game, and then the Sugar Bowl, Gunnar didn't play very much at all in the games before in 2024. I think you've got guys who want to go out there and prove that they can keep up the Georgia standard. I think you've got a defense that had a good but certainly not great 2024. I think it's a group that feels like it has a lot to prove, and I don't know that they've really paid attention to all the talk about Texas and the lead up there. But I have to imagine a lot of the people in this program, they like to remind people they beat Texas twice last year. So I think that there's the right amount of what they were able to accomplish last year, but understanding that as a new group, that the team last year didn't go as far as Georgia wanted to, and this group is determined to make their postseason run last a little bit longer.
Jordan, we always wrap things up with some rapid fire questions to recap the Georgia team. What do you think? Ready?
Oh, yeah, ready to go.
All right, here we go.
Rapid fire.
Rapid fire.
You do not throw rocks at a man who's got a machine gun.
Rapid fire.
The most important player on this year's team.
Gunnar Stockton.
The player you're most interested to see how they contribute this year.
Linebacker Raylan Wilson.
What is the floor of expectation for Georgia in 2025?
I'd say realistically for fans, that's another playoff berth.
The thing you love most about this year's team is?
That they are young, but they have a whole lot of talent, and it seems like they're ready to prove themselves.
The thing that worries you most about the Bulldogs this year is?
Offensive line, which lost 4 starters from a year ago.
What is your regular season record prediction?
11-1, with the one loss being to Alabama and Athens.
Your conference championship pick is?
Georgia over Alabama in a rematch in Atlanta.
And give me 3 teams that you think will win the national title.
Georgia Bulldogs, Ohio State Buckeyes, and I'll throw in Alabama Crimson Tide as well.
That might be the quickest we've ever had rapid fire
Jordan,
completed.
you nailed the
nailed
rapid
it.
fire, man. Way better than some of the other people we've had the last month. No offense to those people.
Hey, I got to be ready to go. You tell me rapid, we go rapid.
All right. Jordan, we appreciate it and enjoy the season. Thanks for joining us.
All right. Appreciate you guys.
Thank you, Jordan.
Jordan Hill of 24/7 Sports. And now we bring you the Georgia Bulldogs. By the way, these are updated numbers now from K4.
Hell yeah.
Georgia is not
Not.
favored in every game.
What? Who are they dogs again?
48% chance of beating Texas.
Oh, the camera's not on right now. I'm doing a hook 'em for everyone who
Well,
can't
we know
see
you
me.
are because you're a Texas.
Here,
fan.
I'll turn it off real fast. Hook 'em. There we
Nice
go. All right.
pun,
Back
by
to
the way.
Back to the.
Who are they dogs against? Everyone, Josh.
That's what John said. Oh wait,
Oh.
I did say that. Got to be your bull.
Dog. Week 3.
That's a pun.
Week 3. Here we go. Tennessee is the SEC opener, and it is at Knoxville. Then you get
You were just there.
Then you get an idle week. Wrong Knoxville. There's an idle week before Alabama.
Remember last year's Bama Georgia game? That thing was memorable as hell.
mhm.
Alabama was up by a lot. Georgia came all the way back, and then Ryan Williams, the 18-year-old, caught the pass, spun around. Really cool play. Touchdown, Tide. Roll Tide.
Then Kentucky at Auburn, Ole Miss. Remember, Ole Miss beat Georgia last year.
That game was hilarious.
Then another idle week.
Yeah.
Before the cocktail party against Florida. And then at Mississippi State, host Texas in week 12. Then the gimme game against Charlotte before the rivalry game against Georgia Tech.
Remember
And
that game
was
last year?
That was a tremendous
7
game. And
overtimes, maybe?
who knows? Georgia Tech could be ready for bear, and that is in Atlanta.
So look at the recent K Ford ratings. I'll go back to 2017, which was the year that they lost to Alabama in overtime. These are K Ford's ratings. 4th, this is overall. 4th, 3rd, 5th, 5th, first. Those are the natties. 2nd, and then last year 7th. So in terms of eye test and analytics, it does back up what a lot of us thought we were seeing, and that's a program that took just enough of a step back for us to wonder, is it a sign of things to come? Or, as our guest just said, is it glass half full? They were still able to win the league in a down year. We're going to find out. I am not a Gunnar Stockton guy, so we will see. We will see. They're still really talented, but they definitely took a step back on offense last year.
52% chance of 10 wins. 22% chance of 11, as Austin predicted.
And he said only lost to Bama.
And only loss is to Alabama. And that's a Georgia home game.
Yes.
In fact, they get Alabama and Texas both at home.
Alabama.
The toughest road game is the Tennessee one.
Man, that is a nice home schedule if you got those season tickets.
Oh,
Ole Miss
boy.
as well.
Oh, my God.
You can make them all back with one of those.
You'll be just fine sitting through Austin P and Charlotte if you get Alabama and Texas and Ole Miss at home.
You imagine, man. I mean, there's a world, and you were gone for our Texas preview a few weeks ago, but there's a world where those teams are 1 combined loss, maybe 0 combined losses. I mean, how big of a matchup would that be?
Ooh.
That's the one you could sell if you're a Georgia fan.
Absolutely.
I wouldn't sell it. I would want to be there for that game.
Yeah.
Nick is now 21 for 21.
Yes.
What do we have tomorrow, Nick?
Tomorrow is Penn State.
Pennsylvania State University, John's favorite school in 1982.
Penn State.
How long was Penn State your most hated team? Or did you hate Oklahoma more in the 80s?
Oh, it's Oklahoma because you're a rival. I mean,
were they number 2?
John swore on the radio because of Oklahoma.
Good reminder, Nick.
Yeah, I mean, I've always hated Penn State.
Think they were ever the number 2 most hated team for you?
They were always in the top 5 because you got to remember Miami. Miami jumped in there real quick.
They stayed there.
And they stayed there for a while.
Shout out to
but
Jed.
Penn State is constant disrespect, hatred. Joe Paterno. Hey, Joe, how you doing down there?
Whoa! Got him.
Is he under the desk?
No.
Wait.
No, he's a little further down than that.
Oh, he's in the listener lounge.
Room.
He might be commiserating with someone right now.
Nice.
And the underhits.
Jed points out.
Designated Hitler.
Georgia, our guest, quickest rapid fire.
Whoa.
Minute 13.
Well
just
done.
underneath Ohio State.
Well done.
Look at that.
Well done, Austin.
They're fast
research.
in Georgia.
By the way, the updated standings
Nick.
now. Updated standings, thanks to Jordan, of national title picks.
Yeah.
Texas in the lead with 13. Or Ohio State in the lead with 13. Texas with 10. Georgia with 9. Penn State 6. Clemson 5. There's your top 5.
I imagine we'll get another Penn Stater tomorrow. I'd be surprised if we have the voice of the Nittany Lions, right?
Yes.
Yeah, he's definitely going to pick Penn State.
Wow, are you calling him a honk?
No, I'm calling him a employee of Penn State.
Yeah, but they'll probably get another one in there.
We're almost to the end. 4 more left.
4 more left.
And then it's football season. Wow, Nick, you've done a great job. I'm so proud of you.
Thanks.
You've done a great job producing this month.
Don't jinx him. I know
I'm
what
not
you're trying
jinxing.
to do.
I'm excited for football. I don't care about the jinx. That was an excited for football thing. That was a countdown.
Well, some of us care about the jinx, Josh.
Yeah, you're doing a great job. I'm not worried about you, Nick. I'm never worried about you. Yeah, and if something happens tomorrow, Wednesday, it's actually not your fault.
Oh,
it's not Giancarlo's fault.
I'm Giancarlo.
Yeah, tomorrow we would blame Peter.
Yes,
and then Josh. Tough. That'd be tough.
Friends, Lincoln Park is headed to the Metro.
What?
How convenient for me. I walk through a Lincoln Park all the time.
Nice.
The Zero World Tour with special guest Gene Dawson.
You love Gene.
No relation to Richard. It's coming up on Friday, August the 29th at CHI Health Center, and you can listen all week to the Connor Happer Show and to this show for your chance to win tickets.
Awesome. I loved Lincoln Park when I was in high school.
No idea how we're giving these.
Meteora, banger of an album. Hybrid Theory, banger of an album.
Josh, you like Meteora and Hybrid Theory?
Yeah.
Listen to their last album because it is
music though.
Josh,
podcast.
It sounds just like those, except with their new lead singer who happens to be a woman.
What does that have to do with anything, Nick?
A lot of people are like, I don't like Linkin Park now because they have a girl lead singer.
Interesting.
Those people are idiots.
Yeah. John, what do you think?
That album kicks ass.
I have no comment. More details at 1620thezone.com.
All right, John. What are you about to rant about now? There's
Is
a
it
lot
the-
of things on the menu. There's a lot of things on the menu from the weekend.
Are you going to
I
rant
wanna-
about the Justin Bieber thing?
Yes.
Who?
You don't. Okay. Come on.
Okay,
You know
come
Justin.
on,
You know
John.
Justin Bieber.
I-
So there's a lot of things on the table right now.
Yeah.
It's my first day back in a few days. It's nice to be back with John. So we got Cubs sucking, which I guess you already did earlier in the Brewers.
Yeah, I've already ranted about that. They
Got
waved the white flag on this one.
Big Ten playoff expansion ideas, which is glorious. I know you talked about it, but I wasn't here. If you want to do any leftover, where the uniform's all black, and then I don't know, you probably have some other things that annoy you about the day-to-day of it all.
Nah,
Nothing.
not really.
You're happy now?
Yeah,
You ready for football?
My only
Badass.
issue with the black uniforms. I mean, do I like them? No. Is it one of the colors? No. But I get it. Everyone who's on Ritalin has to have, got change, whatever. Fine. They're gonna do an alternate uniform. Go ahead. I just didn't like that they picked that game. Why are you doing it against USC? Do it. You're gonna do a gimmick.
Northwestern.
You're gonna do a gimmick. Do a gimmick. Hell, do it against Houston Christian for all I care.
Well, that's an 11 a.m. game. He didn't want to do it for a morning game. Remember, he said the USC game might be at night.
Michael believes it will be in the afternoon.
So you'd trust Michael over Matt Rhule?
Matt's got no idea. It depends. Honestly, it depends on who's got the draft
I
that
think it'll
day,
be at
right?
night.
If CBS has the pick, they're picking that game. If NBC's got the pick, they'll probably pick that game.
Mm-hmm.
So
that's easily the second most attractive game on the Big Ten schedule that week.
you also mentioned Friday that you see the black uniform as a gimmick.
Yeah, it's a gimmick.
You think?
All alternate uniforms are gimmicks.
Yeah, but a gimmick implies that they're doing it specifically so people would tune in just to watch them. You think people are going to tune in just to watch the black uniforms?
No. It's a sales gimmick. It's a gimmick to get people to buy more stuff. It's not so much people aren't going to tune in because they're wearing the jerseys.
They're not you, Nick, with your random Washington Commanders game.
Yeah. No, it's
cool
a sales.
jersey.
It's a sales gimmick.
Yeah.
All alternate uniforms are a sales.
What about what
gimmick.
Rhule had to say about it on Saturday?
Well, that's funny you should say that because that is one of the cuts that we have of the Matt Rhule post practice. Here he is on the black jerseys. This is edited. He went
Because this is in the middle of a 5-minute answer.
He went very long.
What?
Surprise. So I
liked
did
this
edit
answer.
It. I
This was
did
cool.
edit it for brevity.
We have a right to do cool things.
Boom.
Like we have a right to at the University of Nebraska, we have a right to do like what other schools do. And my hope for us is I don't want to be a team that's like, it's not our thing. Like we're an iconic look. So I want us to have like that look most of the time. But I think once a year we should step out and do something in all black. I mean, we are the black shirt defense. I mean, like when I was at Albright College, our defense wore black jerseys because of Nebraska. So I think black is a little bit within our DNA of who we are historically. So once a year, maybe we go out there and we do a different black jersey every year. And I have to mix like the iconic nature of what we do with some cool swaggy stuff. So, if they want to wear, something different now and then, so be it. The kids, they downplayed it. They're very excited about it. Like they try to come up and be very professional, but trust me, they ask me about this every day.
Huh.
This is the world that I live in, which is a good world. So they want to feel good walking out there. And so go buy your black jersey.
See, go buy your black jersey.
Play
It's
the
a
very
sales gimmick.
beginning of the thing again. I'll tell you when to stop. Just the very beginning.
We have a right to do cool things.
Stop there. See, and I actually really like that answer. They do have a right. It's their program. Yeah.
No one's ever said they don't have.
No,
a right.
I know, and I'm not saying you didn't say. I just like that because I think there is a no. You shouldn't do this. You are traditional. You don't need to do this. It's like, it's okay.
Do people in Oregon care about Oregon?
Well, that's different. That's different.
Or
Is it?
I mean,
Yes.
Oregon's just one big game.
The better comparison would be, Nick, any of the Ohio States, the Michigans, the Bamas, those types of schools, whenever they do anything different.
Or like
Look, I don't-
Iowa State doing their black uniform a couple years ago, which
looks
cool.
But even then, no. I'm talking about
really?
No, I'm just talking about historical blue blood people, programs where fans feel like if you make changes, you are evil, or you are going against what.
I don't think anyone's saying they're evil. They're just don't like. I mean, the part of it for me is you got a great look. You
They do have
got
a
a
great
great look. And the whole point of uniforms is consistency. It's in the definition, uniform.
Mhm.
And I get it. It's a different world now. Everyone's got to
been a
have their
different
gimmick.
world.
And people are like, gotta change. Gotta change. Don't change. We're gonna die. Fine, whatever. I just think they could have picked a better game for it. Because when I want to watch two great brands,
You want normal looks.
Yeah, I don't want to see Alabama wearing something weird when they play Auburn.
Sure.
When I see two good brands, I want to see that classic USC and I want to see that classic.
In a way, you know what
But
it is?
it
It's
is
like
what it is.
It's like the NBA Finals. You know how the NBA playoffs this year, where I became old man John, where I was like, this is stupid. Stop wearing goofy uniforms and wear your normal stuff. It's the postseason. That's kind of what you're talking about.
Sure.
You know, wear the weird
Sure.
stuff for Akron.
Sure.
Don't wear the weird stuff for USC. I understand it. That said, I think it looks cool.
I hope it's in the middle of the heat of the day.
Shrigori says that'll be a night game. Historic, LOL.
We don't know. We have no idea.
All right.
Maybe it's really smart if the US. Oh, Akron. Sorry.
Yeah, that's gonna be a night game.
If USC was a night game, because then they couldn't see the players on the field.
Nice, Nick.
We're
Shrigori says historic, LOL. The players have only ever seen NU as average to bad. Yes, but historically they've been a great program.
Yeah,
That's what historic means.
that's
We
what
can't
his-
argue over the definition of historic.
Yeah.
Everyone's just mad all the time.
There is a forget about winning or losing. They're a historic brand. Nebraska's an historic brand in football. But on to more important things,
like
the tackling.
Oh,
we're on this.
Oh, I didn't know if this was just a uniform segment.
No,
that's why he said on to more important things like tackling.
That was better, definitely better, and you could tell right away, Steve, that was better like the next day. You know, and I think I showed them on Sunday. I showed them like our team at Baylor, and I hate doing this, but I showed them tackling. And I think it really, if it exposed anything, it kind of exposed me a little bit. Like, well, Coach, we can do that. Like, because our kids at Baylor would come in and try to, end your life. I said that. I got to be careful how I said it, but they try to come in and they try to knock you off the field, right? Like, as you're being held up, and they're like, Coach, you always talk about, taking care of each other. And so having to go back and be like, hey, we thud one way, we're live another way. And, when we go live, I'm always like, hey guys, if a guy's coming across the middle, just trying to, let's not blow him up. I think about the play with Fedoni where he got, kind of hit in the leg and say, don't blow up a D lineman that doesn't see it. So I think once they got that, they were way better. We ran better angles this week, much more physical. We struck well all week. And then today there was one missed tackle on Mosey that went for a long play that right away the DB was like, I gotta take one more step. But for being where we are, and we got a lot of live work during the week, I feel pretty good about our tackling right now compared to where it was a week ago. And I think a lot of that honestly falls back on me just, illuminating for them, hey, what I expect when it looks live.
Defense is fixed.
We'll see. That's good, though, that the tackling got better because you don't want that to be the problem. Because it was a problem last year compared to 2023.
We've heard that a lot in recent years. We have heard that
Well, we
a lot.
didn't 2 years ago. 2 years ago, I thought the tackling was as good as it's been since the heyday of the Matt Rhule era. Or the Matt Rhule. Pelini era. Yes. Thank you. You knew
You're
exactly
hoping
what I
this
was
is
trying
the
to say.
heyday.
Yes. Last year, it was still good, but it took a step back for sure.
Here is Rhule on continued offensive efficiency.
You get to know Dana Holgerson from what you see on TV or you hear about what he's done statistically, and when you see the magic behind it, it's pretty cool because it's all just routine plays. I think he said that in his press conference. Did he say routine plays, you guys? Like he says it all the time. It's like you kind of hear it, and all of a sudden you realize like he really means it. Like just make routine plays. Just make this play over and over again, and then guess what? You're going to spin out and go make a special play out of a routine play. So I saw a lot of that. The defense fought back. The offense got off to a hot start. The defense fought back, and they had they got a turnover for a touchdown. So, it was good back and forth. But I love the efficiency. Even when the offense didn't score, they did move the football, change the field. So I thought it was a lot of good work today.
It's getting to the point where if Nebraska does not show up and play well on offense a week from Thursday, there's going to be a lot of disappointed folks.
John, there will be. And adding on top of that, I'd say the same thing about the offensive line, which of course is a part of the offense, but they better, because I
have not heard as much happy talk about one side of the ball in a long time as we have heard about Nebraska's offense so far this camp.
And it's like people don't like to get duped. They don't want to feel like they were put on. No. But especially in August, people have hated that around here because they felt like they have gotten duped by whether it's local press, national press, coaches, players. They don't want to hear that. And I know you have.
Don't blame the lamestream media this time. It's coming straight from the horse's
mouth. The call's coming from inside the house.
Well,
call's coming from inside the house.
You said the offensive line. Here's the update.
I think our offensive line has produced and played well the whole time. So I don't have any this guy, that guy. I think Gunner's doing a heck of a job. He's playing really well. Teddy, Tyler, they're playing really well. So Pritchett's, he's got to continue to figure things out. He's got all the talent. He just has to figure out what's expected from him all the time. And so I know he's working at that. Some guys are pouring into him. So, we still have 2 weeks left or 10 days left or whatever. I don't even know. We have a countdown clock out there. I don't know what the countdown is, but we still have, in my mind, I look at it 2 weeks left. So we still have another week today was the end of camp, but we have preseason next week. And so those races are not even close to being done.
The boys.
Yeah. Oh, about Pritchett? Yeah. Interesting. Interesting. LSD Will says, serious question / concern. Does the offensive line look good because the defensive line isn't very good? I don't think Rhule would be talking about it that way if it were the case, because coaches know. They've been watching football long enough, right? Like they know what is good versus what is good against a lesser unit. So I think that they think, and then I think too, a lot of thinking, that the offensive line is good. Pritchett stuff's interesting though.
This was an answer I did not need to edit. It was relatively short, and it was asked about the most important player on the team. You know him. His name is Dylan.
Archie. Oh,
Dylan's had an excellent camp. He's lamenting out there to me today. He's like, I got to do this better, that better, which is what I like about him. But I think he's had a really good camp. I think he's understanding what we're asking him to do. I think the situational football has been excellent, but the drop back throw catch, put the ball in his hands. I think he's making a lot of really good decisions. And so, I think it's been an excellent camp. He just needs to just keep doing it and keep grinding all the way through the first game.
I believe it or not, I think Matt Rhule might actually be talked out about something.
About Dylan, you think?
Yeah, he's tired of. What more can he say? And again, if this offense does not get off onto the right, and I'm not saying I have to put up 50 on Cincinnati, but if they don't look good in the first game, I think there's going to be a lot of disappointed folks. Most of them are going to be on the sidelines, wearing, sideline passes. That'd be the coaches.
Oh, yeah. I'm like, what? Sideline
Well,
passes?
yeah, and I'm sure.
Are we giving away a really cool prize?
I'm sure there's like 200, clingers on that, also have sideline passes.
There
They'll
definitely
be
are.
wandering around.
Plus Travis Kelce will be down there. Taylor Swift, Patrick Mahomes, et cetera, et cetera, et cetera.
Well, are you saying that?
No, I'm not going to report anything. I got it wrong last year.
That Mrs. Kelce is going to be on the sidelines?
Would it surprise you if they were there? Not on the sidelines.
Yeah, they ain't going to be on the sidelines.
Would it surprise you if they were there? I wouldn't be surprised. It's his alma mater.
Well, he'll be there. I don't think.
You don't think she'll want to support him? You think Mahomes will be there? You know that Mahomes and Dylan Raiola look
she'll
like
be
each
like,
other?
It's only Nebraska.
Wow.
Why would I want
Taylor?
Why would I want to watch? Why would I want to watch faux Mahomes when I can watch the real Mahomes?
This is unreal.
That's right. Taylor Swift called Dylan Raiola faux Mahomes.
This is unreal. Lane writes, so Rhule went and paid $1 million for Pritchett, and we are to trust him still. Mazuka, Jeff Sims, and Pritchett. Great investments, Rhule.
Hey, you're not going to hit on everything.
Yeah, that's how life works.
Now, I'm not saying that that's an excuse, but you aren't going to hit on everything. But it's interesting that you mentioned Micah Mazuka. I'm starting to get some serious Micah Mazuka vibes.
From Pritchett?
Mm-hmm.
Yeah. Well, remember, when they first signed him, there was a lot of concern that people had of like...
There was. We mentioned it.
And then it just kind of... It just evolved over the cycle of like, maybe...
It disappeared in the spring, and now it's reemerged.
And now it is very much reemerged. Husker Fast points out, do you guys remember or have any clips of the talk around Jeff Sims during training camp back in 2023?
Yes.
Was the talk glowing back then before the season? Showed he was kind of bad at quarterback. Yeah, there was some positivity there. Oopsie.
Yeah, I know.
Remember he ran the ball like 100 times
I'm
against
sure
Minnesota?
I have that. What range do we need?
I don't know. Just sometime in August of 2023. There'd be some positivity in there somewhere.
Oh, look.
Oh, man. Nick could really bring the mood down.
Let's not bring the mood down. Let's not bring the mood down.
Are you sure? I can find it.
No,
Nick's going to go
fine.
look. Nick, if you can find something, that would be fun.
Because fall is just around the corner, and 1620 The Zone is giving you the chance to win a season pass to Nebraska's favorite fall attraction, Vala's Pumpkin Patch. You can win 2 2025 season passes this year to Vala's and enjoy all the fall family fun that Vala's has to offer. You can enter to win right now at 1620thezone.com. Mitch Sherman still to come, and Manfred's boy.
Manfred's boy's on the show. Nice get, Nick.
I wish he was, because I would tear him apart. 1620 The Zone. You ever come up with an idea that you think is just the greatest idea ever, and you're convinced that everybody else is going to like it?
Like the Oklahoma drill?
And then, yes. And then you pass that idea along, and folks just look at you as if you have just ripped the smelliest fart you possibly could. They just turn their nose up and they're like, oh my God, this is the worst thing you have ever foisted upon society.
John and I, Stibbs and I had an idea to do something called the Dish with the Bish, where we taught him about young, cool, hip things. It was a terrible segment, and we stopped it immediately.
It was mostly terrible because they couldn't come up with anything cooler.
It was really hard. I don't know why that segment.
But anywho,
existed. Yeah.
So you come up with this real stinker of an idea, and you're shocked that everyone hates it. So you double down and you come up with an even bigger, dumber, stinkier idea just so you can distract from the stinky idea you had before. And it makes that one look actually like, oh, that one actually looks pretty good by comparison. Well, that's what Tony Petitti, a.k.a. Manfred's boy, did this weekend. Well, he didn't do it, but all of his sources did it, because according to the story that was in every publication.
I think Pete had it first. Pete Thamel.
But I'm reading from the Yahoo report, and I love this word. This is such a Big Ten thing to say.
Penultimate.
Big Ten executives are socializing 24 and 2018
Lord.
college football playoff brackets that feature as many as 7 automatic qualifiers each for the Big Ten and the SEC, 5 each for the Big 12 and ACC, 2 from the best group of 6 programs, and 2 at large. So we've gone from 4-4-2-2-1-1-1-1-1-1-1 to 7-7-5-5-2-2, which sounds like a really interesting combination for your luggage. But come on.
Maybe that's Ndamukong Suh's safe behind him in the video for Archie. I got 2 things off this story. I got 2 things. Incredible. The first thing that is very upsetting is that it's August 18th. We need no longer talk about playoff plans. It's football season, baby.
I'm
upset with you, Tony.
They do have to have some. I mean, if they don't have an agreement on something by December 1st, then they're going to have to stick with what they've got.
I know. So, like, that part annoys me. Second, you could talk me into this idea somewhat. The number of teams. I'm going to give you a reason why.
Oh, dear.
I don't want this, but I'm just saying. If he would have said, I want a 28 or 24 team playoff.
They can't even come up with logical numbers.
If he would have said, I want a 24 team playoff and every conference champ gets in, you could talk me into it. Because I would say, all right, that's a seat at the table for everybody. They all enter the season with a chance at making the college football playoff.
We're not going to do that.
Of course not. Because I was trying to figure out the math of 28 or 24 into 136 teams, I believe it is now. And it's a very high percentage, right? In terms of what we're talking about. It's higher than what the NCAA tournament is in men's and women's basketball, because that's 68 out of 300 and blah, 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 right? So, but one of the good things about the NCAA tournament, even though we all know not everybody can win a championship, is everybody has a seat at the table. And that's what I have been about over the last decade plus, a seat at the table. But instead, he just took his original idea and said, let's just multiply it by 2, basically. And he was like, and one of the complaints from the ACC and Big 12 was fewer spots. I'll give you more spots. I'll give you 5 instead of 4, because if you multiply 2 by 4 or 2 by 2, it's 4. No. We'll give you 2.5 times the spots, and we won't even double ours. Look, we're going from 4 to 7. So we're actually kind of taking a bath on this. And hey, group of 6, we'll give you an extra spot. So he's trying to do all of these things where it's an olive branch. And yet the issue that people had with the idea was not the size of the idea. It was all of the other stuff.
Right.
That's the issue.
It's all of the nonsensical automatic qualifiers. And again, they're doubling and they're tripling down. Well, this means there'll be more important games in November. Yeah, cool, because that's what we all want. We want to watch a Minnesota and Northwestern game where 7th place is on the line.
Well, I mean, you might.
Hey, Nebraska has a chance to make this playoff. Sign me up.
But it's just the motivation behind. I mean, it's obvious what the motivation is behind it, and that is they want to control some of these things. They want the reason for the original idea in the first place was to have all of these magical play-in games. We're not playing games. Hey, playing games.
And this would eliminate that, right? Because they're saying no more conference championship games and they literally do kind of just create an extra round.
When the playoff has hit the fan.
I truly believe.
Yeah.
This idea was brought out because it's so dumb.
That's what I think too.
That it's taking all the attention, and then all of a sudden their first idea, that doesn't seem so bad after all.
Interesting. So that's not what I was thinking. I thought because according to some of the reporting, they were like, please do not leak this. Please do not leak this. I think that somebody inside the Big Ten was like, this idea sucks. And here you go, Pete Thamel, or here you go, Nicole Auerbach, here you go, Ralph Russo. I think that they leaked it because how bad it is. And because the early reporting said that the other conferences didn't even know about it yet. So the reporting beat the other leagues to the punch. And I think that happened on purpose. I think that somebody inside the league was like, this is the dumbest crap that I've ever seen. And I don't want it. I
think we live in a world where both of your guys' ideas are very plausible.
Oh, it wouldn't surprise me if what John proposed is not a bad idea.
Seriously, because what Manfred's boy really wants is those play-in games so that his network partners will have more attractive games. That's what he wants.
Yeah,
that's what he really wants.
And so
again, you bring out this ridiculous idea. I mean, think about this. It wasn't that long ago. We had one game with 2 teams.
I know.
And that was it. And now we're talking 28 teams with 7 automatic qualifiers from one conference, 7 from another. I mean, again, this is antithetical to everything that college football has ever been about. And you might say, well, it was so broken before. But you don't fix something. This is the problem with politics these days. One side goes bat crap crazy, and the other side tries to out crazy the other.
Thank you, Nick.
That's what this is. This is just trying to out crazy something.
They're creating a problem that they're creating a solution to a problem that did not exist.
The magic. I mean, what this is just it's doubling down on the same bad idea. But the whole thing is, well, it should be just like the NFL. No, it shouldn't. No, it shouldn't.
That's impossible.
The more
As we've
you
talked
try
about it,
to make college football like the NFL, the more it will remind people that you are not the NFL. And they'll realize, hey, that's the better product. Why should I watch this inferior version of the same thing? The beauty of college football is
we love it.
Is every game matters.
It is annoying as hell to me as someone who lived through, and you lived through even more of them, many of the asinine arguments about why they couldn't even have a playoff with 4 teams in the first place was because of, well, they're taking finals, and well, there's too many games, and well, X, Y, and Z. And then it's like, so let's just skip from 4 to 12 to 28 overnight, essentially.
And right now, everyone in college football is panicking over, well, how are we going to schedule these games with all this NFL stuff?
Yeah, how are you going to schedule this?
How are you going to schedule this?
Well, and that's why apparently a part of this is they would get rid of conference championship weekends, and so you'd started in early December. But it's asinine. It's ridiculous.
It's beyond.
Let me know that every conference champion could make it, and I'm at the very least I'm intrigued.
Yeah,
but it's not going to be that way, of course, and so I'm not intrigued.
That's all I want. I just want conference champions.
Well, then you don't want a 2014 playoff. You want a 10-team playoff.
By the way, Brett McMurphy did a poll question over the weekend when this story broke. How many teams should be in the playoff? He had over 25,000 responses.
You voted for 4?
Hell yes.
Boo. Wait, you're not into Access anymore?
You know what? If you're gonna,
who else was into the Access?
You don't like 12?
I'll go back to the real old way of doing it if it means less of this crap. But that's not the point. I just picked a number and voted because I wanted to see the results.
Yeah, should have picked 12. That's
44% for 12.
Yeah,
32% for 16. 18% for 4. 6% for this 24 or more idea. And yet I'm sure when Petitti's asked about it, well, I can't trust these folks. I don't know what to do. Why should we have to ask the public what they want? We don't care. I'm Manfred's boy.
Wild.
Anyone and anything that comes into contact with Rob Manfred needs to be taken to an asylum and cleansed.
Anyone?
We got to be careful. We can't keep letting these bad ideas out.
Well, this is what happens when you let baseball people get in charge of football. You got to get baseball out of football. I've been saying it for years. John, get out of my sport.
I hate to say this, but Manfred and Manfred's boy aren't baseball people either. They just
Well,
happen to be employed by baseball
They
because
sure are.
baseball was the first one to let these idiots in the door.
Alex and Lincoln, Twitter polls aren't real. Petiti. Yeah, he hates this poll.
Oh,
question.
he hates this.
Yeah, but it ain't real.
He hates this.
Get out of my sport, baseball. It's football season now, Nick.
Not until Saturday.
Get out of it.
Not until 11 a.m. on Saturday.
Armageddon, 11 a.m. God, life will be good. Because I don't have to think about any of this stuff anymore. I'll just think about football.
I like farming.
Oh, they'll find a way to weasel this stuff in.
I ain't talking about it no more. We're banning it from the show. We're banning it. Banned.
What if they come up with some whiz bang? What if they come up with a
Whiz-bang.
playoff idea where every game is at a home site? You're not going to talk about that?
John. Now
Well,
you're speaking my language.
See, can't be selective.
I do like home games.
Not that they would ever do that.
No, of course not.
That will never happen.
You know what will happen?
Mitch Sherman of The Athletic,
Boom.
who's coming up next. It's
Awesome.
a reminder that this week's zone deal is to cops.
Mitch is a reminder of that?
Yes, Mitch is a reminder because Mitch likes cops too.
Awesome.
Delicious pizza, steak, seafood pasta, fresh salads, tasty charred wings. And you can get $50 worth of vouchers for only $25 to cops. Listen all week to the Happer Show for your chance to win that $50 or to buy those $50 worth of vouchers for only $25. Go online this Friday, 1620thezone.com. Mitch Sherman of The Athletic joining us.
Hello, guys. the intent that he had in putting this staff together will overrule all of that, no pun intended. Yeah, you've got to get bigger and bolder every time, right?
Call Mitch. Call Mitch. Call Mitch. Call Mitch.
Oh, my goodness.
What's up?
I was just enjoying this inspired effort. The good news
Holy
is the Cubs
God,
are
they're
only
down
down
7-0.
They're only down a touchdown and an extra point.
Everyone plays the Brewers close these days, except for one team, I guess.
Well, that one team has a crap manager. But you know what?
What? Chicken butt.
We're moving on to Mitch Sherman of The Athletic.
Awesome.
Mitch, how you doing this afternoon?
I am. I'm doing well. How are you guys?
Good.
Not bad.
Can you explain something to me, Mitch?
I can try.
All right, so Rhule keeps saying training camp's done. What's up with that? It's August 18th. They don't play for 10 days. I'm confused.
Well, in the old way of conducting training camp, the roster would expand when they get to a certain part after a certain number of practices. And this year, that's no longer in effect because the roster limits have made it so there is no cutoff. Like everybody is in camp from the beginning. So I think that's a little bit of from a college level. And then also like camp in the NFL, you break camp before you get to week 1. So these NFL teams will be doing that in about a week since their season starts later after Labor Day. So I think it's a combination of those things. Like in the NFL mold, you were done with camp after maybe 15 to 20 practices. And then you generally change the way that you structure things. A lot of time it coincides with the start of school too. And while Nebraska is not starting school until next Monday, in many years, like you would start school this Monday today. And so then you'd be done with camp too, because, your daily routine is going to change. You're going to practice at a different time. You're not going to be with camp is kind of like, you're only with the team, and football is all you're doing. So I think it's related to all of those things. They've had the number of practices now under their belt that they would get to until when you traditionally break camp. So it's a little bit of splitting hairs because what they're doing this week in practice is really not all that much different than camp. They still have 4 more practices before they get to week 1, which is Friday. This coming Friday is like a Sunday when you're playing on a normal Saturday to Saturday schedule.
Mitch, we were talking about
but you don't like it. You don't like it though, Josh.
It's just weird because it doesn't feel. I mean, the game week prep hasn't started, so it was just baffling to me.
I never remember a year in 30 plus years of covering Nebraska football where camp has extended all the way up to week 1. It's always over before you get to week 1.
Okay.
Don't worry, Josh. It's not like they're just going to be hanging around picking their noses. They're going to do something.
Usually it's when the roster expands.
Yeah, I guess you're right. Like the whole school starting thing and that, because I always viewed the end of training camp as like the Saturday before the first Saturday, right? Where they come back and then they have the normal Monday. So I guess I would have figured camp would have ended on Thursday this week. But
yep.
Yeah.
It could have gone that route, but they're kind of living in two worlds. With the roster expanded world, and then the old world where you'd be done with camp, 2 weeks before the first game. It gives them a chance to like rev up to week 1.
Yes, that's true.
This is like week 0 right now. Even though Nebraska doesn't have a game in week 0, this week is week 0.
We were talking about this earlier, Mitch, when we were discussing. We played back some of the Matt Rhule audio, and one of the topics was the offensive line. I'm getting the vibe right now that the way Matt Rhule is talking about Elijah Pritchett, it's starting to feel a little bit like Micah Mazuka from a couple of years ago.
No.
Does it feel that? Is it not feel
Micah
that way?
Mazuka? Yeah, from a development standpoint, sure, but I don't think that Micah Mazuka's issues were as much development as they were discipline.
Okay.
Mazuka was a guy who, clearly ran into some stuff off the field where I think it was partially an attitude thing, where he was a bit rebellious. I don't think that's what's going on with Elijah Pritchett. I think they like what Elijah Pritchett brings, like he's not like he fits in the locker room. This is just my understanding of it in reading how they view it. Like he fits. So like there's similarities. Like they both play on the offensive line. They come from big SEC schools. Like talent is clearly not the issue. But I think there's some subtle differences in like the reason that Mazuka didn't get to his potential last year and where Pritchett's at right now. Like I think they're still waiting for it to click, like physically, and like taking what you see in the meeting room to the practice field and then to a game. Like that's a little bit of it with Pritchett. There's never been even a hint from anything that I've heard that like Pritchett has been any kind of a problem.
Right.
Like,
I guess when I said that, Mitch, I didn't want to make it sound like I thought Pritchett was in trouble or causing trouble. Just
Sure.
the idea of he was.
Both, yeah.
Yeah. Go ahead. Sorry.
They're both a little bit behind. I mean, Mazuka was last year for different reasons, and they're both a little bit behind. I think when these guys signed in December, and as you started the offseason, you would have hoped right now that Elijah Pritchett, coming from Alabama, was entrenched as your left tackle, like that he was the guy, and there were no questions about anything that he was going to do. And the quarterback's blind side was going to be locked down. It was the least of your concerns. And that's definitely not the case with the way things have progressed there. In fact, with what Rhule said on Saturday, I expect that Gunnar Gatula is going to start there week one. Now it might change as the year goes on because Pritchett might, it might click, like the light comes on and then all of a sudden he's the player that everyone knows he can be. And you get a couple weeks into the season, there's nothing that Gunnar Gatula could perhaps do at that point. Or maybe there is. I mean, maybe Gunnar's a future, I don't want to sell him short. Like, is he a future NFL left tackle? Maybe he is. Like, why are we not allowing ourselves to believe that Gunnar Gatula could be really good, not just at this level, but at the next level? It's because he's just a guy from Lincoln Southeast. Like, that's not fair.
Mitch, on the Locked On Pod this morning, you mentioned, and going back to the camp conversation, you mentioned that Nebraska's had a good camp, and that then you said something about Matt Rhule that reminded me of a lot of conversations that I've had with people over the course of the last month, where you pointed out how Matt Rhule is talking about the team, and that being maybe another thing that kind of turned you on to the idea that they have had a good camp. What has stood out to you about the way he has approached this August versus his first two Augusts, and why maybe he believes in the 2025 iteration more than 23 and 24?
Yeah, well, you don't want to get like sold a bill of goods.
Yeah.
And Rhule at Big Ten Media Days, like I think this was just in a conversation that I had with him. It wasn't part of his podium or side podium, but he said, "I'm going to be really, really positive with this group." I mean, it was almost like he was telling me his strategy on like what I could expect to hear, what we could expect to hear when he talked about the team. Like, it's all going to be really like he's building their confidence. Like the conversation came out of like his comments about Scott Frost earlier that day, and Rhule had some concerns about like just like the toxicity around Nebraska football, and he was saying, "I'm going to combat that by just being extremely positive." It was like you could see his roadmap. So you kind of need to understand what his mindset was going into camp, but I also don't think he's faking it when he lauds players and talks about development and leadership. And they've had, knock on wood, to this point in the preseason. It's still the preseason. It's just not camp. They've had a good preseason as far as avoiding any of the kinds of injuries where you're just like, oh, it's deflating. I mean, Mac Markway, Blyhill, Gage Stinger, like they're important players.
Yeah.
But it's not like a season altering injury. And we've had some of those in camp before, and there haven't been distractions. And I just thought, I think
Correct.
throughout camp, Rhule's mood was good. And you can, I think, get a little bit of a sense of how he feels about the team based on his mood day to day. And then on Saturday at the end of it, like he was in the best mood I've ever seen him in. So that's where I'm going. That's where I'm coming from.
Talking with Mitch Sherman, as we do every Monday. Mitch of The Athletic here on 1620 the zone. We've heard a lot about Dane Key. He got one of the single digits. Heard a lot about it, the youngsters. We didn't get a chance to play. Sorry, knocked my mic over. Play the audio earlier, but a question was asked of Quinn Clark. A lot of the youngsters getting some run. Is it just me, or is Isaiah Hunter's name not coming up very often?
Yeah, he hasn't talked to the media in the fall.
Right.
Maybe we'll get him. Maybe we'll get him later this week. Today was an all defensive day with interviews, and they'll go back offense on Wednesday. We're going to hear from EJ Barthel and Marcus Satterfield. It could just be we haven't gotten around to that yet, and there has been a lot of conversation. There's 3 wide receivers who got to single digits, and that includes Janiron Bonner, who instead of just being like a traditional receiver like Hunter is more, he's a jack of all trades. He can go play running back, he can play H-back. If you need him at tight end, you could do that. So, but Key and Barney among the receivers, like just the straight receivers, I think they've kind of sucked the attention away from everybody else. We have heard about Quinn Clark of late. I would say we haven't heard about Cortez Mills also as much as we were in the spring. And in the same way I'll answer the question about Hunter, I'll say it about Mills. I think both of those guys are fine. Like maybe they haven't stood out in camp in the way that Key and Barney have. Like those are your leaders right there in the receiver room. And then Hunter and Mills and Clark together and Bonner are the next in line. Like those are the 6 who are going to play first. So I think the thing I have heard about Hunter is that he's maybe the guy who has like the most natural, like deep route ability. Like he can run past a corner and get you a play. Like maybe Barney has as much big play ability as Hunter, but Hunter's going to do it on like a 40-yard throw. Where Barney's probably going to do it on like a shorter throw that he has a ton of yards after the catch.
So, Mitch, if those are the players that maybe you came into August expecting to hear from or about, and we haven't, is there an inverse where like the players that you've been surprised or I guess surprise storylines of this training camp that could affect Nebraska on the field in a good way this year?
Yeah, I mean, there, especially over the last week, there have been several. I mean, and I put Quinn Clark in that group, was hoping that you'd hear Quinn Clark's name because of his size and what you heard about him coming out of high school, but it hadn't really come up. Some last year, like late in the season, but then it didn't materialize. Like we thought Quinn Clark was maybe going to play at the end of the season last year, and like a significant playing time, and it didn't materialize. So he's in that category. But some of the others that Rhule mentioned on Saturday, and then we heard from Jameer Khan today, and that's a name that in the last week really, really popped up. And he was hurt in the spring, but seems to be a baller as far as like what the coaches expect from him. Like just loves to play the game and loves to go out there and go full speed and hit. And he'll be he's going to get in somehow. I don't know. I mean, they've got returning starters everywhere in the secondary, and then Andrew Marshall is going to start at that other corner spot, but there'll be times, and they've moved Donovan Jones back to corner after he was tinkering with the safety position early in camp. But Jameer Khan's going to get on the field. That was somewhat evident by what Rhule had to say about him Saturday, and then listening to him today too. He doesn't seem like a guy who's at all expecting to sit, the entire season. Jalen George also, like they're looking for depth pieces on the D line, and it seems as if now he's emerged, also dealt with an injury in the spring, but he's got the size at 285, 290 pounds that they're looking for to give them depth. They need depth up front. The other guy I'd mentioned is TJ Lateef. That's an unexpected one. That's really unexpected because I thought he would settle in nicely in the 3 or 4 quarterback spot and just kind of enjoy a redshirt season where he could run some scout team and not have the pressure on him at all to be thinking about, hey, what if I get into the game? How am I going to handle that? And if you don't have to deal with that week to week, in some ways that can be better for your development. but doesn't seem like that's the route that TJ Lateef is planning to take this year. Like he, if Rhule needs to sit for more than a few plays, we might see TJ, in there and burning that red shirt. I think ideally they'd like to play him in 4 games, but if something happens health wise for Dylan or that's about for me, that's about the only way. I still think if the backup quarterback is only there getting mop up time, then it's definitely Jalen Gramstad beyond the 4 games that Lateef would play.
Yeah.
It does kind of feel like Lateef is giving off the vibes of being that number 2 quarterback, but you're right. As long as, and there's talk of maybe making it, 5 years of eligibility. So maybe this whole, silly 4-game redshirt thing will be in the past, but assuming that 4-game redshirt is still a thing, it does seem to make more sense. Why throw Lateef out there for 5 or 6 games of mop-up duty when, 4 might do it? Not that Nebraska is going to be in position to have 4 or 5 or 6 games of mop-up duty.
Mm-hmm.
That would be really cool. But
yeah,
it does feel like Lateef has really made some strides this spring or this fall.
Yeah, and I don't see that rule changing before the season starts, which
Yeah.
it would need to do in order for him to just be able to go at any point in the season. But yeah, it barring injury to Rhule, would totally expect that he'll play in 4 games max plus the bowl. But if there's something that something that happens, like why are we even talking about this? But if there's something that happens, then he's going to get a hard look.
Mitch, I threw out a theory to John last segment. We were talking about the supposed proposed playoff idea from the Big Ten Conference as it's kind of made its way around the internet.
Mm-hmm.
And in some of the early reporting, it was mentioned that like this idea hadn't even been mentioned to other leagues yet. It was just internally with the Big Ten. So the theory that I threw out, John, was somebody inside of the Big Ten hated it so much that they decided to leak it out to somebody to kind of cut it off at the knees. I wonder if you think that there's anything there, or am I too conspiracy brained?
I think that's fine. Maybe that's true. I'll tell you where it rated on my radar. Like
it didn't.
It didn't.
Yeah.
It didn't.
You had a busy weekend in your family life.
That's right.
I did. Huge weekend and moving my daughter into college, and it continues. I'll tell you that.
It never ends.
Newsflash. That doesn't stop because we got her moved in. Like, okay, well, we'll see you in December, honey. No, that's not how it goes. So that's been taking a lot of my time.
Mm-hmm.
But it's been an eventful weekend in a lot of other ways. So in Lincoln on Saturday, I was paying attention to Matt Rhule and the long media session, and then I went to volleyball, and there's I'm riding volleyball this week, and
nice.
Nebraska got a 5-star recruit on Friday. So yeah, the Big Ten's like weird. Everybody gets in the playoff plan. I haven't given it a lot of thought. So sure, if you want to go that direction, it seems like something. It seems feasible to me. Like, this is so dumb. We're just going to leak it, and then everyone's going to say it's dumb, and the Big Ten's going to have to just give up on it.
Yeah.
I still think that they leaked it because they knew it was so dumb. It makes their previous idea seem less dumb, and people will come around to it.
That could be too.
That seems very plausible to me.
You guys thought the 4+4 was bad.
Oh,
check this out.
This is really bad.
It's like what you do with your kids, right? Where you're like, you'll have to do this. No, I don't want to do that. Okay, fine, you'll have to do this. No, never mind. Give me option 1 again.
Mm-hmm.
I'll take that. That sounds great.
Yeah.
Yep. Those are both excellent theories.
Yeah.
Well, Mitch, when we talk to you next,
game week.
It'll be game week.
And Mitch,
and a short game week.
And we're not allowing you to get away
here we
with
go.
your predictions of the last couple of years where you've told us, ask me after the first game. That's not allowed. You have to make a pick on Monday.
Okay.
Boom.
Yeah, I did do that.
You did.
Right. I did do that.
We had question marks next to your name on our board. We need a number this year.
I'm going to say it right now.
Okay.
The majority of the picks will be 9 wins.
Whoa, holy moly.
The majority of the picks will be 9 wins.
Okay. All right.
This recent influx nationally of
Dude
picking Nebraska in the playoff is alarming.
Bald-headed
I don't
T-shirt
know.
boys, man. They
Oh
love
yeah.
Nebraska.
If you don't have hair and you wear tight shirts, you are picking Nebraska to make the playoff.
Yep.
That's what's going on.
Okay.
Mitch, have a good one. We'll talk to you next week.
All right. Thanks.
Bye,
Mitch
Mitch.
Sherman of the Athletic.
Well, you're a 9-3 guy, so John, are you
I
gonna
never
get
said that.
you gonna get a buff?
Never said that.
Gonna get buff? Gonna put on a tight shirt and shave your hair?
Never said that.
Oh, Heisenberg John.
Heisenberg John. He did that one time. Who's the buffest person at the Zone? We don't have any buff people,
Spicoli.
do we? Spicoli at the Zone?
Oh, the Zone.
Does
Sorry.
he know how to talk about sports?
Yeah,
Wow,
actually.
How do you know?
We used to do a sports segment on the
All
morning
right,
show.
time to get him in a tiny T-shirt, shave his
I'm
head.
sure he has a
And
tiny
he needs
T-shirt.
to talk into the microphone and say 10-2 playoff berth. Here they come. Yeah,
We could probably convince him to do that.
Okay. Record it and put it on TikTok.
Hmm.
He probably likes TikTok.
I'm sure he does.
Yeah.
We have a little extra time before we get to Mitch Holtis.
Yeah.
We told you that K Ford
Updated.
has updated. This is his final update before the start of the season.
Because it starts this week.
It's the final update.
Here it is. Nebraska has slipped a little bit.
What?
Interesting.
They were at 7 points. Now, this is comparing it to his very first, not because he's done 3. This is the third. So I'm actually comparing.
Did you black something out on here?
I did.
Was that an accident?
No. The format on
Okay.
the format sometimes doesn't translate.
I was like, did you want me
very
to
well.
guess Cincinnati? I was like, what's Cincinnati? What's Cincinnati? Because
Oh,
it seemed
you
like
know
you were
what?
hiding it.
No, I'm not hiding it.
Okay.
Again, sometimes the format does not translate.
You know
well.
where the format does great, Nick?
Canva,
No one
Josh.
cares about
Canva.
Canva. No one cares about Canva.
Canva, Gandalf, Canva.
The Canva.
I will tell you now that
Yeah.
the Cincinnati odds have dropped 7%.
K Ford, bro,
It was
what are you doing?
71% in the spring. It's now down to a 64% chance of winning. That is
What?
the second biggest drop. In fact, only 2 games did Nebraska see a percentage chance increase, and they happen to be the 2 toughest games, at least by percentages. Michigan has bumped up to 37% chance of a Nebraska win. That's up 5%. And Penn State is up to a mighty 11%. That's
Hell yeah.
That's up 2 points.
I didn't
but-
realize they were at 57 on Iowa, so it's dropped to 54%.
Yes.
Wow.
And Northwestern has dropped from
Wow.
88 to 80%.
What? That's a bunch of crap.
So the overall win total goes from 7.7 to 7.5.
That's the win total.
The chances of 9 wins
Yeah.
was 29% in version 1 of K Ford. It is now 24%.
Well, you know how you fix that, Nick?
How, Josh?
You beat Cincinnati like a drum. You beat them by 20.
At 3 a.m.
No, not at
because of the
3.
rain.
No.
What's the forecast?
It looks like it might rain a little bit.
Oh,
Nick.
interesting. Okay.
Yeah, it's going to be. Oh, John.
Hi. Hello.
But, yeah, this is
What?
it's just a final update. A lot of
Everything's
teams.
fine, guys. Everything's fine.
Again, these are just his projections. Things do change.
People change.
Things do change.
People change.
Mhm.
They do.
I can't wait for us to share our season predictions. I'm gonna have to email you guys my season prediction,
What kind
aren't
of
I?
sick crap does he have cooking in that brain
What do you
of
mean?
his? I can't wait to share my record prediction.
I like sharing record
Yeah,
predictions. Predictions are fun to me.
Nick's gonna say something terrible.
Terribly?
Corpian writes, "We at 1620 love negativity." Corpian, what do you mean? John's gonna pick them to go 9-3.
He
never
thinks they're
said
gonna
that.
beat Michigan.
He thinks they're by 2 scores.
That's insane.
Well,
because-
apparently one of their 5-star defensive linemen got hurt and is going to miss the game or maybe the whole season.
Wow.
So,
John, did you will that into existence?
yikes, John.
You sicko. That's somebody's son.
That's better than stealing signs.
Nice.
And remember, Michigan's not even going to have their coach, their vaunted coach.
Yeah, he's not allowed in Germany either.
Well, it's not the first time people have been outlawed from Germany.
Designated Hitler.
Mm,
Coming up next, it's time for the Mitch Holtis training camp report.
awesome. The last week of the training camp report. So sad.
1620 The Zone.
Live from St. Joe, 1620 The Zone presents a Chiefs training camp report brought to you by Hy-Vee, official partner of the Kansas City Chiefs. Now, here's John and Josh with the voice of the Chiefs, Mitch Holtis.
I'd say technique, just because everything here hits a little faster. The get-ups here are a little faster. The hands from D linemen are a lot faster, so making sure I'm very accurate with my punches, keeping low body, like good body posture and like a pass, stuff like that. So
you're talking about working with the other guys. I noticed today in OLD, it was 2-on-2.
Mm-hmm.
So some of that's working in concert. How much of that are you growing into?
A lot. So at the NFL, they're gonna have different blitzes that I probably haven't seen in college. So like to go back, it's gonna all be about technique and communication, and also studying tape and watching like what they'll do out of a certain front. So
that would be the rookie first-round draft pick from the Ohio State Buckeyes, Josh Simmons, who was slated to start at tackle this year for the Kansas City Chiefs. Voice of the Chiefs, Mitch Holtis, joins us. Mitch, Josh Simmons, you think he's a surprise of camp so far?
I would say so. The fact that he's taken every rep at the one left tackle, I would have lost a bet to you guys because I didn't think he would have that by his name. But he's been really good, and that clip is music to the ears of Chiefs Kingdom fans or coaches. The fact that he's working on his technique, he's dove into the playbook, he's dove into the technique and all the intricacies of playing the position and protecting the most famous quarterback in the league right now, and then to show some toughness. So it's, yes, I would say so. And I'd like to thank you guys for having Liam Neeson do the open. I appreciate you guys doing that. That's pretty awesome.
Did you see the new Naked Gun, by the way, with Liam Neeson?
You know what? That was filmed in Tacoma. Did you guys know that?
It definitely looked like it was filmed in Tacoma.
If you look really close, you'll see Tacoma. That and parts of it were done in Scribner with the Scribner Mafia bankrolling the whole thing. So, yes, Naked Gun 2, Scribner, Tacoma, little known fact.
Mitch, a weird scheduling question for you because
no, don't go down this road.
No. You'll understand. So the Chiefs famously this year they're going to open in Brazil, and that's going to come on Friday the 5th.
Yes, they are.
It is like, how big of a positive, in all seriousness, do you view it that this week we'll finish the preseason with a home game? Like, I know there's still 2 weeks to go, but do you view that at all as a positive?
Well, considering that they've sent us to Sri Lanka and Kazakhstan the first 2 weeks of the preseason to get home at, 7 in the morning and have short weeks, I think they owe us a home game. But I do think it's a positive, and I think to have 2 weeks prior to that game, which now that's the NFL calendar, is the biggest positive. But I think, yes, to play at home on the last preseason game gives you a little bit of a crumb back, but I'm telling you, we paid the price for it. These 2 road trips of late night games, it just throws you off for the next week. So anyway, I think it's good.
Well, especially, Mitch, too, the preseason, the games are, they're not in a normal day and time. Like, there were games on Friday night. There were games, of course, all day Saturday, all day Sunday. And then there will be another game tonight. And so it's so different. Though I guess it used to be different than the regular season, but now they basically play on every day of the week. So I guess it's not all that different anymore.
No, but you got to be, the NFL is routine. And if you're going to, and football at any level, it can be, Elkhorn High, or it can be Nebraska. You get into a routine, meaning the kickoff is the pebble in the pond, and there's like 100 things that spin off of that. And so when you're playing every day of the week, but Tuesday, which is what we did last year, and this year it's almost the same. It's a challenge. It's a logistical challenge. And again, it's part of training your body. It's training your discipline of how you approach your week. But it's not easy to do, but it's here. I mean, the NFL fans want it every night. And to do it during the preseason is tough because you got to get work done. And so you're going, well, wait a minute, how are you going to, like when we set our off-season calendar, it's based off the opening game. And then when we get the preseason schedule, then all of a sudden it's tweaked to fit that. But yeah, you're all days and times and places, and that's the way the NFL is going to be. And you guys talk about schedule question, we're not far from the 218 model, and everybody will play a international game every year with an additional bye week, and the Super Bowl will be the last weekend of February. We're real close to that.
Mitch Holtis, the voice of the Chiefs. Mitch, what do we have to look forward to tomorrow? Because I believe we're going to be focusing on rookies.
Yeah, this is rookie week, and you guys know I'm fired up about this 2025 draft class.
Mm-hmm.
There's even a couple free agents I'll mention as the week goes on. But there are guys that can help from the first second of the first game. And tomorrow we're going to Ashton Gelati, another value pick by Laird Veach. Laird Beach, by Brett Veach, not the AD at Missouri. Oh, my God. Former K-State linebacker, by the way, who was in the same room with Kirby Hocutt as the Texas Tech AD. But Brett Veach has done an excellent job, and Gelati's a stud. I'm telling you, he's for real. And we'll hear from him tomorrow.
Sounds good. Mitch, brought to you by Hy-Vee, official grocery partner of the Kansas City Chiefs. We'll talk to you tomorrow.
Thanks, guys.
Mitch Holtis. Speaking of the preseason,
yeah,
they almost need a red zone channel for preseason. Did you see some of the crazy games on Saturday?
John.
I'm proud of you, John.
So we went out to eat.
You're better
on Saturday.
He's not.
And the Raiders 49ers game was on, and we were making fun of my wife because the 49ers were losing. And then they immediately
in the
preseason they hit like a 59-yard field goal to tie it.
Mm-hmm.
And then immediately got a turnover and got another chance, and they ended up winning.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, that was a wild end of that game.
The Rams, my son and I watched the preseason game on Saturday night.
This is glorious.
That's my team. It's my Rams.
I know, but you used to make fun of me for watching games.
And
I'm proud of you.
So the Rams got the ball back with like a minute and 20 seconds left back on like their own 15-yard line.
Yeah.
Got it out to midfield, had to convert a couple of fourth downs. They hit, it wasn't a full-fledged Hail Mary, but it looked like it. Stetson Bennett.
It was a Hail Margaret.
It was kind of. But hits one of our reserve receivers like at the 9-yard line with like 11 seconds left. Then on the next play, touchdown pass.
Yeah.
So we pulled that out. I think the Saints scored in the last minute to
They did.
end up tying. I mean, there were some wild finishes. They almost need a red zone channel for the real sickos out there.
Mm-hmm. You are now one of these sickos.
I guess so.
And there's a game tonight. I can't remember who's playing. Who's playing in the Monday Night
Washington
Football?
and Cincinnati.
Is that who it is? That was a Monday night game last year. Look at that.
Why aren't we watching the World Series?
Because we're not idiots, Nick. Look at that. Football.
So.
No. Are you serious?
Yes.
Oh, my gosh.
Baseball, Josh. Why wouldn't I be
Did you see the statement that they put out last week? Stop betting on our game.
Yes.
Did you guys talk about it?
No.
No, but like, it feels kind of weird to be betting on a Little League World Series game.
Weird or
it does.
Awesome. For the record, I didn't do it.
Well, you were in Iowa last week. You could have done
Nobody
it.
implied that you did,
Very
Josh.
easily.
I was.
Interesting.
Yeah, interesting indeed.
When we come back, my psychotic colleague, who a couple weeks ago,
1 week ago,
put out a column that said, here's 4 reasons why I think the Huskers will be really, really good.
Yep.
Decided to do the exact opposite and basically negate everything that he wrote in the previous column in this column. Flip-flop Peterson is back, folks.
It's a real Husker Jekyll and Hyde situation.
It is.
That was the bit of the column, is one of them was doing the positive and the other was looking at the negative.
Yeah, but in the way you wrote it, you made one sound like propaganda and the other one sound like the sky's falling, we're all going to die.
Josh,
Somebody said that it's the most negative thing they've ever read.
Well, there was a question asked within that
Nice.
we want to tackle when we come back, and we'll let Josh explain his bipolar ways.
Awesome.
Here on 1620 The Zone.
What?
Do we really need? We happen to have the Steelers Buccaneers preseason game replay on NFL Network. I get it. It's all the rage now to have all the fancy graphics, and we'll be talking about what Fox did last night in a minute. But you know how anytime someone scores a touchdown, we got to have the big graphic that says touchdown. Like we can't recognize what it is we just saw on TV.
Fumble.
They literally, as this fumble happened, they literally put up the graphic that said fumble. Like we don't understand what's happening.
Maybe a kid is watching and it's a preseason.
I think they should do that for every play.
Rush.
3-yard gain.
That would be pretty good.
1-yard gain.
Another good idea.
I mean,
incomplete pass.
They do kind of do that sometimes, don't they?
No, not like that.
Like I swear, I've seen.
Not for like
not
for a normal.
Just like sports society has become too playoff pilled, I think TV sports has become too graphic pilled.
Well,
we're trying too hard.
Well, they definitely are. We'll talk about that a little bit later.
So Josh's recent column on Husker Max, the negative boys.
Mm-hmm.
Negative boys.
The negative boys. Thank you, Nick.
But you asked something towards the end of the column that I think is an interesting talking point that we can engage in here.
Okay.
And that is, is there going to be a point, because we have a lot of folks out there who are, I'll believe it when I see it. I'll believe it when I see it.
Mm-hmm.
Is there a point, or is there something you can identify, something that could happen in the season?
In the moment,
where we could say, I've seen it.
Yeah, reader asked me after checking it out, is that possible? Or is it only because my last point, and I had 4 of them. Last week I had 4 positives. This week I had 4 negatives. 1, the defense is going to regress. 2, the running back depth beyond Emmett Johnson. 3, in-game management. And then 4, I need to see it before I believe it.
Mm-hmm.
And so somebody asked me that question. Do you think there's a world where you could see something before the season finishes? Because, like, for example, they go 10-2.
Mm-hmm.
I have seen it. I can now believe it.
Mm-hmm.
But is it possible to identify in the moment? And I thought that was a really interesting question. Because last year, for example, they had a great opener against an overmatched program, but still, they haven't really dominated overmatched foes a whole lot the last handful of years, right?
No.
And they parlayed that then into a exemplary first half against Colorado. A really good performance. And, it didn't look very pretty in the second half. The Northern Iowa win was very forgettable. And then, of course, we know what happened after that. So, like, the early part of the season, there was very much a fool's gold to the performances.
Mm-hmm.
And so I thought about it. Okay, if they go out and play a Cincinnati team that they're a touchdown favorite against, according to, the odds makers and K Ford, among others, if they went out and won by 20, 30, 40, 50, I don't think that wouldn't be enough. I'm not going to say I don't think it would be. It would not be enough for me. Certainly, there's nothing that they can do in the following 2 games that would be enough for me. If they start 4-0, if they get through the Michigan game still undefeated, that would tell me that they have turned a corner. Or at the very least, they are starting to turn the corner. But man, it would be hard for me as an observer who has not seen them start 4-0 since 2016, to not think that would be good enough, especially with one of the wins coming over Michigan and another one coming over a power school. But I guess I can hear the argument being formed in your head of, but this isn't the Michigan team of a couple of years ago.
Yeah.
But what if they go into Norman and beat them? What if they feel, you're feeling pretty good?
I don't know if this schedule gives us the opportunity to really feel like a corner has been turned. I suppose, and a lot of this is conditional. Let's say that USC game,
night game, blackout,
2:30 game on CBS, has, a couple of, 7-1, 6-2 type teams. And Nebraska wins that game or maybe dominates that game. I suppose that would be one. But as one who has already picked Nebraska to beat Michigan, because I just don't, a lot of it has to do with, I think Nebraska will be better this year. but I also think Michigan's going to take another step back.
Mm-hmm.
So for me, beating Michigan isn't going to be. I suppose they could do something in the first 4 games. Maybe they could just absolutely boat race all 4 teams.
That'd be pretty impressive.
And that would be something that would grab my attention. But short of that, I don't know if this schedule lends itself into something in the first half of the season that would tell me, oh yeah, this thing has turned a corner.
I don't want to keep saying,
and I would say that because maybe if Penn State were where the Michigan State game is and they would win that on the road, then yeah, absolutely. Because Penn State clearly
best team on the schedule.
Is the best team on the schedule.
Yeah.
That game just happens too late, because by that
because
point,
then it's just like, well, okay, the season's done now.
Yeah,
So it's essentially the same question. Let me ask you this, because I don't want to keep saying, well, if they're 5-0, if they're 6-0, it's like, yeah, at a certain point, the numbers, the record would just be so good that you can't argue with it. But what do you think about what Jordan says in the YouTube? He says, if you do beat Michigan, for the love of God, do not lay an egg against Michigan State. Because that was one response I did get yesterday in terms of that question. What could they do? It's not even just beating Michigan, but it would be beating them and following it up with another win. Last year they got 2 wins after their first loss. And then, I guess they didn't even really have the chance to follow up wins.
No.
They had one real chance, and that was beating Wisconsin and following it up with Iowa. And they, of course, lost in horrifying fashion. So what about that? If they started 4-0 and then moved to 5-0, like would that even be it? It does seem like the answer might have to be the end of the season.
And honestly, it depends. I mean, again, if they were to be very impressive in their first 6 games, then it would be hard not to say that some kind of a corner has been turned. But we also acknowledge that, the back half of the schedule, which starts at Minnesota and includes USC, UCLA, Penn State, and Iowa, is tougher than the front half.
Much.
And so, yeah, Nebraska could start 6-0, and people would be like, yeah, and then all of a sudden, oops.
Oh, they could start 5-1 again, like they did last year.
Right. And then, it gets a little bit tougher. And so, I don't know. The answer to this question is it's kind of like a feel. What kind of a feel do you have?
Yeah, D'Lo says
how does it look?
It's odd to hear these expectations for a team who's been so mid for so long. Wins over Cincy and Michigan would be the team's best start since when? Look, these aren't expectations. We are trying to find if they have turned a corner. Like the thing about the back half of the schedule, as you just point out, is last year it was the same thing. They're 5-1 after 6 games, and they were not playing well, but they were 5-1. They'd won 2 games in a row, and then they lost, and then they lost, and then they lost, and then they lost. And suddenly they were 5-5. And if you want to talk about turning a corner, I don't think 7-5 is turning a corner.
No.
Turning a corner is going to require a lot more.
Are we equating turning a corner with the Matt Rhule year 3 bump? Are those kind of hand in hand in this conversation?
I mean, I think, what's turning a corner? Is it 8?
It probably is.
I'd say 8-4.
And I'm on record as saying I don't consider anything less than 9 wins to be the Matt Rhule bump. I can't look at 8 and say it's a Matt Rhule bump, especially when you look at the schedule. I think if we're going to call it comparing this bump to previous bumps, Baylor and Temple, I think it takes at least 9 wins to get there.
If you want the classic Matt Rhule.
And that's not saying that if they win 8, it's a failure. I won't look at it as a true Matt Rhule year 3 bump compared to his previous 2 stops if Nebraska gets to 8 wins.
Baptism by Fire says the record isn't the only thing. How we win will matter. And then, is this a real Mike Riley quote? You can't overlook in a victory what you wouldn't in a defeat. I mean, to go back to what you said a couple moments ago, you win every game in the first month by 20. Yeah, I would say. I mean, you said something to Mitch Sherman in our interview with him an hour ago that I found interesting, and that is the idea of players on the end of the bench getting into a football game. Because last year it got to happen against UTEP. It happened, I believe, against Northern Iowa. And I think that was it.
It didn't happen anymore.
Right?
You have at least 2 opportunities here, and you hope that there's more. Hell, you hope you have an opportunity against Cincinnati to put in some subs.
That would be nice.
I'm not saying they will, but
that would be nice.
You're hoping for it. Yeah, getting extra guys into play, sure. Especially when you're not the one receiving the beat down.
Mm-hmm.
That would be a sign, certainly. But yeah, to me, I guess the answer to this question is it's just
You know it when you see it?
you kind of know it when you
God,
see
those
it.
answers suck.
Or you know it when you feel it.
Because Jason says if that's the answer, we'll have to wait until the end. That can be a tough way to watch the season, always waiting for the other shoe to drop.
Isn't that how most people watch the Huskers?
They
anyway?
have.
Well,
Yeah,
yeah,
Katie says they
yeah.
can't start 6-0 and flounder. Only way to say they've turned a corner is to finish strong, including a win against Iowa. I think that's a good answer. 6-0
Well, yeah, you
would be
always wanna
great,
finish
but what if
strong.
you finish? Okay, Mike Riley. They started 7-0.
Mm-hmm.
Did they turn a corner in 2016? It sure didn't feel like it by the time they finished
No.
2-4
No.
with a beat down to Ohio State, a beat down to Iowa, and a loss to Wisconsin
You're
and
going to
Tennessee
play
thrown
your
into.
best, likely, if the season goes out as expected, you're going to play all your best teams at the end. And then you're hoping that you're playing a postseason game of some sort, a bowl at least, which will be on kind of your level. Yeah, I mean, really, you can't really. They can't start 7-0 and finish 8-4 and feel like it's turned a corner.
Well,
can
no,
you?
I imagine that if they start 7-0 and finish 1-4, it's going to be because all the teams early stunk and all the teams late were good, which puts you almost in the same spot you have been.
I guess the answer to this question is, ask me at the end of the season.
I like what D'Lo says. He talks about last year's Indiana. He said they maybe have played no one early on, but they looked different. Make it like that. I would say, look, I'm not going to predict this, but if Nebraska was boat racing almost every team like Indiana did last year, that would be a corner turned, which goes back to what we were just discussing a moment ago, where you're putting in a lot of the backups because they didn't do that. Nebraska didn't even do that in 2016.
I mean, in reality, there's only two opportunities to play backups. Akron and Houston Christian.
In what?
In the season.
What about Northwestern?
Maybe.
Wow, so you just think every game's going to be close then?
Well, I mean,
Well, that
when I think about putting in backups, I'm
Nebraska
thinking,
winning close games.
I guess
that would be a corner turn.
Maybe I'm using old-fashioned metrics, but usually, if you're putting in your backups late third quarter, that's when.
They probably won't have that. I was just saying like fourth quarter. They get a drive or two.
I'm saying if they get, I don't know if I would count it as much if they're getting one drive at the very end of a 21.
I see.
Lead.
Okay, I understand.
But not that experience doesn't matter. It does. But, and again, I may be measuring this on old-fashioned metrics where it was regularity that by the end of the third quarter, here come the third teamers.
Yeah, you got to do that every week.
Here come the fourth teamers.
Or overreaction is suddenly a conversation about the backups,
Exactly.
Like, oh man, did you see that running back get in there? Or hey, TJ Lateef looks promising. I'm excited about him in 2 years. Yeah, that's a good point.
Yep. Well, coming up next, it's the happy hour, which means it's a Michael Severe Monday.
Wow.
Chat with Michael about what he saw this weekend. Maybe he was excited about the Saints' big preseason tie.
Sure. That's exciting.
Should they make them play overtime in the preseason?
Now, did they?
No, I don't.
They didn't. Okay, my wife and I were discussing this, and I was like, I'm pretty sure they do play overtime. And she's like, that's stupid.
No, they used to.
Okay, that's what I thought. They canceled overtime.
Yeah.
Bummer.
It's a preseason game.
But you like it now.
I liked it when the Rams won. That was kind of cool. Watching Jim Harbaugh cry on the sidelines.
But the win didn't matter.
Now that he's got an 8-year show cause.
Why do you like meaningless
he's really
games?
sad about not being able to ever coach college football.
I think it should force the Chargers to show cause as to why they should keep him employed.
I mean, the Colts kind of had to do that with Jim Tressel 15 years ago, which, gosh, again, a different time.
It was a different
They had
time.
to suspend him for something he did in college. And also the thing he did in college, we'd throw him a parade if he did it.
Yeah. What Harbaugh actually did was a crime.
Definitely. And they punished him big time. $20 million. Ooh.
1620 the zone. Throw.
It would be nice to have a blow.
Throw.
It would be nice to have a blow.
Throw.
It would be nice to have a blow.
Throw.
It would be nice to have a blow.
Throw.
It would be nice to have a blow.
Throw.
It would be nice to have a blow.
Throw.
It would be nice to have a blow.
Throw.
From your mom.
The football's back this weekend. Happy hours on the air. Don't you do this, Nick. That's right.
Week 1.
Oh, that's right. John's going to do this bit all year. We're
Well,
going to be
it
off
is.
by a week all season.
No, they're off by a week all season. This is the first week of games. It's week 1.
Do you ever think that you're too triggered by college football? That it's getting in your head too much? That you're allowing
Maybe
yourself
the
to
right
call
question
it week
is,
1?
do the people that run college football, are they dumb enough to think that their ideas all make sense?
I don't know.
Seriously, we need to get rid of these people. Manfred's first buyout, Manfred's boy. Bye-bye. See you, Manfred's boy. Take your stupid playoff ideas with you to whatever island you live on. All that Big Ten money. Oh, hi, Michael.
Hey, Michael.
Hello.
What's going on?
Do I not have an open because I come right out of the happy hour?
Ooh, a listener actually called Nick on the phone last week and said,
Yeah.
why doesn't Michael have an open?
I got a phone call and a couple of texts, and I got an email, and I told them I thought it was because I come out of the happy hour, so there's
No.
already like music playing before me. That's my speculation was.
Is it the color of his skin, Nick?
Yeah. No, it's because I got the skeleton of it made, and then I was waiting to get more good quality sounding drops.
Whoa!
from it.
So Michael's not good enough quality sounding drops? Don't
Because
forget that one that Connor had a couple weeks ago.
Sometimes there's dogs barking in the background, or the phone
No,
quality isn't the best.
remember what you could use when he comes and fills in and he talks about the things he irrationally hates.
Right. I haven't, and then the other part of this is I've been very busy getting ready for football
Michael,
season, so I
apparently what
haven't
we're
had
hearing
time.
is you're not droppy enough to have an
Yikes.
open. That's
I just know the first like 3 or 4 weeks when you were tied to a crippled station, I was in studio, and so I'm assuming that it sounded okay in there. But you know,
Yeah, no, I need to shuffle through things now.
This
We
seems
have
like
the content. I just
excuses.
need to
sounds
go
like
through
typical Gen Z behavior.
Excuses.
At least I'm
I
not
am-
CB.
I am very disappointed in Matt Rhule because I'm very very disappointed in Matt Rhule because it would have been so easy to just say that this is an H in sign language, thus Huskers. The whole it looks like the state is whoever came up with that idea is ridiculous. It's simple. It's an H.
It does
Huskers.
not look
It's an
like the
H.
state in
This
any
is an
way.
H. I
It
know.
does-
That's why I'm like, this is an
it's-
H.
I mean, I could
It's
kind
really
of see
simple.
Yeah, I mean,
it. Kind
He's
of
talking about a little backwards panhandle thing. Listen, it's an H. Simple. Sign language. H-I-J. It's simple. Why was it? Don't make it complicated.
I
Don't make
don't
it
know.
Don't make it complicated.
And I don't,
What? What
I mean,
now?
I-
What do you hate now, John?
I get. Well, you know what? I think
Everything.
I think I have the video. I think I actually have him explaining it here. Hang on. Let's
Okay.
see. Should we? Yeah, let's do this. Here,
All right.
here we go. Here we
There's
go.
Matt
Nick,
Rhule.
Nick, bring up the video. Here we go.
Well, it already is because Michael's in.
Oh, that's okay. Sorry. Sorry.
Nick is so mad right now.
No, don't be mad. I'm sorry. Nick, shut up and make Michael's open.
This, because people ask me about this all the time. This is how they signaled Husker. So Tony White and then Sat and those guys thought that looked like the state of Nebraska. So every picture I take, I do this, okay? Because number one, no one needs to see me with two arms around two people like this, my stomach hanging out, like, you know, I was a Baylor, my hand was like this, but every picture I take, I want branded. I'm the head coach at the University of Nebraska, and there's not a picture I don't take that I'm representing the school. And you know what's cool? I got little kids walk up to me, like, Coach, can I get a picture? They all do this. And someday, Nash, I'm going to sign you, bro. Wish his son's back there. I'm going to sign him, and on his letter of, his commitment video, it's got a picture of him like when he was at camp like this, and now when he's 18 like this. And so I just think, that's what this is. So anyway, I answered a lot of questions. You guys got me in a great mood. I came in early, hung out with you guys. Everyone's here. Thank you for a
Oh, we got you in a great mood, all right. You went for 35 minutes on a
37 minutes. It was. But I thought it was great. The last 4 minutes I thought were. This is what I was talking to Josh about a while ago when they were all up at Let It Fly, and I listened to all of them talk, and I went, "Oh, they are really confident.
Yes,
they're light. They're believing the stuff they're saying, and all that kind of stuff." And so, because of that, and you listen to him on Saturday, That's how he came across. Despite you being grumpy about being in the camp and you not liking week 0. Together, you guys are like the Grumsters from the Muppets.
No. I'm not grumpy. I'm pumped. This is awesome.
You're like the Muppets sitting up in a balcony. It's ridiculous.
Michael, I'm so happy. I'm the happiest person.
Why is it camp? I don't understand. Why does
You're the happiest person in camp? How's the Cowboys doing right now?
Horrible. I hate football though, but I'm also excited.
Saints suck too, bro.
Yeah.
Saints suck. I already bet the under. The 5.5. I'm waiting for the alt 4 to come out. That's what I'm waiting for.
I think there's a world where Dallas finishes last in the NFC East. I think the winning streak against the Giants is going to come to an end this year.
I picked the Cowboys to make the playoffs.
That would be tight. They're going to have to score. They're going to have to be 2,000 Rams-ish.
Score
a lot.
Them to make the playoffs. I think
Their defense is going to suck.
Yeah, I think the former Skins. The Giants will be bad. I think the Eagles are going to have some problems. So maybe they're only 11-5.
Tell me more.
So we're back to the NFC East. Great.
I think no, it's still good. I mean, it's 11-5, and a 10-6 teams getting in isn't a bad. 10-7 isn't a bad thing, or 11-6. It's not a bad thing. It just won't be. It'll be better than the AFC South and the NFC South.
Yeah, but when one team's got 11 and the other teams have 6 wins apiece, that's a bad.
Well, he just said
give 11-10, 11-10, 8-7. I mean, that's kind of what I could see happening. That's what I thought about the North, the NFC North. Remember I said to you, I could see Minnesota not making the playoffs, but still being 9-8.
Agreed. Hey, Michael, going back to Rhule, you tweeted something earlier, and this kind of fits in with what you're just saying. You said the final 4 minutes or so of the Saturday Matt Rhule Newser are must listen. Yeah. And part of it did include actually what we just played.
Right.
What stood out to you so much that you decided to send that tweet a couple days later?
Well, I just thought, and I thought that at the time, and much like that tweet from last night that went through this morning, it was one of those situations where it was stuck in my phone.
Oh, okay.
And so I saw it was there, and I was like, oh, it's a draft. Let me just push it through. But no, I thought it right away when I listened to him. Again, the positivity is one thing. The extreme confidence, and then also, we had Bo here, and Bo won 9 games and lost 4 games and whatever you want to say. Never had a true pride about the state of Nebraska.
No.
I went to go see Phil Rosenthal. It's Somebody Feed Phil. It's one of my wife and I's favorite show on Netflix. And he was talking about how being proud of the place you are and how important it is for everyone around you to understand that you're proud. This means a lot to you. Doing this is not just a job. It's what you do. It's your life, right?
Sure.
A lot of coaches that have been here haven't been that way.
No.
Even Scott, who's from here, who was not born, he was born in Lincoln, whatever. So Scott, who was, a unique fellow, still didn't have that passion for the state.
Not even
and
close.
Listening to Matt Rhule, and you can believe it or not, I was at a lunch where some people told me that it was all fake, but just taking him for what he's worth. I've never seen a dude not on. Never seen him not on.
Yeah.
So maybe it's real. And if it is, I think it's good to have that. You should, and people who are Nebraska fans who live here should have pride too. I mean, if you listen to him have pride, you should have pride.
Even if it seems like he's overselling it, I'm making the argument. If you believe he's overselling it, it's hard to do that for now. It's been 3 years without being a kernel of truth in there. I mean, it's one of the things I've complimented Matt Rhule on the most. He acts like he's been from here more than the guy he preceded him did.
Who was from here, exactly.
Who was from here, and so I think it's about as genuine as you can ask for. I truly believe that. And now going back to the confidence,
loose
and feeling that way. Obviously, he feels this way about the offense. How much of what his belief in the defense is just his belief that I'm Matt Rhule and we never have bad defenses versus it being, wow, I really like what I'm seeing here?
Well, not everything I think they say, and I'm not saying they're lying. I think there's a lot of hyperbole. The whole line about throws I'd never seen before. I mean, come on. I mean, John Elway's on tape. You two it. You've seen throws like that before. And then to talk about we have 3 great backs. I think he's talking to the backs as much as he's talking to us. He said, you guys could be great. They're not great now. They're not elite now. They're good. I think for the defense is, like I said, it's going to get better as the season goes along. I think they're going to figure out their rotation. They're going to be able to get to the quarterback. They're going to be able to get him off his spot. And because of that, I think that he believes that defense is going to be good. I don't think it's going to be good right away. I think it's going to have some struggles. They're going to have to figure out what they're going to do with Marcus Watson Trent, what they're going to do with Vincent Shavers, what they're going to do with Wright, what they're going to do with what are they going to do then in the middle? And is it more of a package depending on what you're trying to do, and whether it's 12, it's 2nd and 12. So this is the guy on the field. It's 3rd and 2. These are the guys on the field. I don't know. They're going to have to figure that out. John Butler also hasn't done this.
Right.
He has not been in games in the Big Ten calling this. He just hasn't. I know he was with Penn State a long time ago, but it's not the same. It's not the same. New personnel too. So I believe he's confident. I just don't believe that he thinks, or anybody thinks in that room, that they're going to come out there playing with their, playing great right away. I just don't think. I can't imagine it.
Michael, we spent a ton of time talking about the offensive line with you over the last couple of months. How good do you think Justin Evans can be at center this year?
Oh, I think Justin Evans could be like a second team Big Ten guy. Obviously, nobody's getting first team other than the guy from Iowa, right? Nobody's getting that, right? So there's a guy, Penn State has a draft pick. I assume Michigan's going to have him, but I think that he could be, a second team All Big Ten, or make some sort of All Big Ten team. Here, you go back and you watch him. So it was the second game that Gunnar Gatula was playing. I'm pretty sure it was the second game. He's playing left tackle. They're going to help him. Almost every time he got help, it was from Justin Evans. Justin Evans would give an arm. He would give a rotation. He'd push him over. He'd make sure he was in the right place. He was running. He was making sure that Gunnar Gatula was doing the right thing. Now he's going to center, where that's his job, to make sure everybody's doing the right thing. Yeah. I think he's already down with that. I think he's good with that. I think he's going to be very good as a leader at center. I don't know about snaps. Snaps are always one of the toughest things. I hope his snaps are great. Yeah. But I think everything else about him, how he looks, he's bigger, he looks stronger. Yeah. I think he's a very good leader. I think he knows the system really well based off of the calls. I think he'll be very good. It's hard to judge. It's a lot of those awards are based off of your records too. That's another thing about the Big Ten. They will give you based off of your record. So let's see if Nebraska really gets to 9-3 or 10-2, then for sure he'd be on there. Yeah. Maybe Lutovsky as well.
Is there a scenario, barring massive injuries, can you foresee a scenario where this offensive line group is considered a disappointment by year's end?
I can believe anything. I've been watching Nebraska since 2002. I can believe anything can go wrong. Yeah. Matter of fact, there's a better chance I'm thinking about something going wrong than going right. It would be great to get through a whole season without injuries to the offensive line. When's the last time that happened? It's been a very long time since
but
that
I'm
happened.
just saying, forget about the injuries. Just like this, they underperform. They underperform.
I would be surprised based off of when you guys first talked about Pritchard, I thought I had him third in terms of the tackles. I thought it was Gunnar and it was Teddy and Gunnar, one of the combinations, and then Kanak 4, and maybe Kanak's at 3 now. I don't know, but I do know that if those tackles are as good as I feel they're going to be, I can't imagine them not being successful, because I know the interior is good. I just talked about Justin Evans, and I think Lutovsky's going to be very good as well. And I think Spinner's going to be good. I think that they're going to be good inside. So if I really believe the tackles are going to be good and they're that deep, then I can't imagine them being disappointing. We'll know week 4.
Yeah.
No matter how many guys, and it was 3 that Michigan lost off of that defensive line to the draft, they're still going to have a good defensive line. They just are. That's what they're going to do. And if Nebraska can handle that, I think they can handle any of the other offensive lines until they get to Penn State.
Yeah, can we learn something, or how much can we learn in 10 days down at Arrowhead?
Yeah, so Cincinnati, we talked about this before. They really have one quality defensive lineman. Yeah. And you got another guy who's a transfer. And then their linebackers, which I think are pretty good and can rush the passer. They're also new guys. Their leading tackler, the guy who was all Big 12 or second team all Big, he's gone. And so I don't know what kind of real true challenge they're going to present the offensive line for Nebraska. I think Cincinnati's offensive line and mobile quarterback is going to present problems for Nebraska's defense. I don't know about the other way around.
What are your impressions of? We're starting to hear a little bit more about Jameer Khan. I'm curious how much of him you saw in the open.
Came out of nowhere too. He was one of the guys on the list. He was one of those guys on the list that I thought might not contribute this year based off of watching that Saturday practice where he didn't seem like he was involved with first, second team, or even third team. And so he was one of the guys in my mental list that I thought, well, maybe he won't be involved. Maybe it'd just be special teams for him. But yeah, all the conversation. And of course, you lose Bly Hill, wherever Bly Hill was on the pecking order of the entire secondary, you did lose a body there. And so that will move a guy up. And maybe, like I've said this all along, the starting 5 back there in Cincinnati, I don't believe middle of the season will be the starting 5. Maybe the 2 corners, but I think those safeties are very, very flexible. I think you could see any number of guys back there. Even Singleton, who is a single-digit guy. He's got his moments where he struggles. So, I mean, I wouldn't be surprised if you saw a whole new set of safeties or Rover back there. Wouldn't be shocked at all.
So, Michael, the way you talk about this game, it seems like it should be one where we see the offense perform at a pretty good clip, right? And the questions for you are more on the defensive side of the ball in this matchup.
Yeah, I think anytime you go against a guy who's that mobile as they are, a running back who we saw play against Nebraska, who I think has got some talent. And I believe they like their wide receivers. I know there was a report out of practice that it was sloppy or whatever. I think they like their wide receivers. And so I think they can be able to move the ball somewhat in Nebraska. Here's the difference between these two teams. And I think Nebraska is going to see this every time they leave the Big Ten. The depth for Cincinnati and the depth for Nebraska. I know it's inexperienced depth for a lot of Nebraska players, but the depth between the two teams and what they'll be able to go out do in the portal and bring guys in, third and fourth quarter, Nebraska better. And I mentioned this to John last week. One of the worst middle 8 teams in the country last year was Cincinnati. They were like 125th in middle 8. So I think if Nebraska can, do some stuff at the end of the first half, in the second half, I think they can start overwhelming them with depth. So that's kind of my feeling for the game. I think you're close at halftime, and then Nebraska gets comfortable. I wouldn't be surprised if there's a late score to pull it within the number. But I think Nebraska wins. I just think Cincinnati's not as bad as some of the people are talking about.
Yeah,
that's the 2 touchdowns people are talking about, and maybe they'll blow them out or whatever else. I don't think it's gonna be like that.
Yeah, I think that Cincinnati, with the mobile quarterback and there may be a willingness to be on the ground, I think it's a good early matchup for the biggest question I have about this football team, and that is their run defense.
Yep. And look at last year. Last year, right? Even with everybody we talk about, Ty Robinson being there and Hutmaker being there, Northern Iowa ran the ball.
Yes, they did.
Right? They ran the ball. And they controlled the clock. And UCLA came out, and UCLA was, I think, a 35% run to pass.
They hadn't had 100
the lowest
all year.
Exactly. And they hadn't had like more than 3.6 yards or something. And they had a chance where they could move the ball a little bit. So as good as that run defense was last year, there were still times where it didn't necessarily play well on first and second down. Third and fourth down, which is still one of the weirdest anomalies of that team. Third and fourth down, they were really good, especially on third and fourth and short. But for first and second down, for some reason, it wasn't. And so that's why I think Nebraska's going to figure out that rotation, both on the D-line and the inside linebackers, to be able to handle that. I'm with you. I worry a little bit about that. We're about fitting, making sure they're coming downhill and doing some things. And I think that might be one of the reasons why we see the secondary. Remember that year under Bo, where in the middle of the game, he's like, against Oklahoma State, we're like, I'm sorry, you 2 safeties to the bench, you 2 safeties come in, right? And it made all the difference in the world. I could see that happening again because, Hartzog and Booker are very big, I don't know. I wouldn't be Buford. I mean, I wouldn't be surprised if we saw some of those backups, some of that depth coming in that game that early.
So, Michael, going back to the start of the conversation, you mentioned Matt Rhule, the way he's been talking about the team. A lot of people have mentioned the way he's been talking about the team. What do you think he thinks they can do? How good do you think he thinks that they are?
I think he thinks they could win 10 games. I do. I think he thinks they could win 10 games. I think he looks at the schedule and says to himself, this is a year compared to next year's schedule, right, which is tougher. I think he looks at the schedule and says, we have, what do we end up figuring out? 6, 7, going against 6 or 7 new quarterbacks, wasn't it?
Yeah.
We're going on that list, right?
I think it was
7. So that you're catching, 2 really easy wins with Akron, who's not even eligible to go to their conference championship game because they're dummies. And Houston Christian, right? you're catching Cincinnati, and it's kind of a must-win season for them. But
you don't have a true road game until mid-October,
right?
And you don't go. And when you do go on that road game, you're going to Maryland,
a
team you should be able to beat, and could be hell. They could have quit by then.
Yeah.
And then that Minnesota game, which is going to be tough because it's hard to beat Minnesota there, and it's hard for Nebraska to beat Minnesota altogether. I was watching somebody go through the schedule today, one of the national pundits, and I think he feels the same way the national pundit did. There's no reason why, if they turn around the turnover problems and win a couple of close games, and as I said all along, 1 or 2 wins better because of special teams, why they couldn't get to 9 or 10 wins. I think he feels the same way. And he's done that. The 10-win mark is what he's reached, right?
Yeah.
He's reached that at both spots. So why couldn't it be here, even if it is the Big Ten? Because the Big Ten's weird this year, man, with all these new quarterbacks and so many portal guys, and it's just a weird year.
Yeah, Michael, I don't think he would make this comparison, but the way that you were just talking about it with the schedule, like that 2019 Minnesota team, they got off to a 8-0, 9-0 start, but it took a little bit for them to become
first 2
good.
games. Yeah, the first 2
that?
games. Last play.
They were, I think, 1 or 2 of the early games went to overtime. Like by the time they played Nebraska, I think they were finally coming off of their first double-digit win. But by that point, they'd gained a little bit of confidence, and then they smoked Nebraska, and they kept winning, and it culminated with that great win against Penn State, and then a couple brutal losses at the end of the year. But they finished as an 11-2 team. Now, I'm not saying that's what's going to happen, but you can see the path of just the ball gets rolling a little bit early on, and it's a team and a program that finally believes in itself.
But do you really want to have overtime in the first game and the second game decided by, if I remember correctly, it was the pick in the end zone, the one-handed pick that saved game 2 against like a Georgia Southern or somebody like that.
They won. So they beat South Dakota State 28-21. They beat Fresno State in double overtime. They beat
that was the
Georgia
pick.
Southern by 3. They beat Purdue by 7, but then they beat Illinois by 23, and then they whooped up on Nebraska, Rutgers, Maryland, and then they beat Penn State.
Yeah, if Purdue is beating Michigan by 3, I think everybody would take it. Their blood pressure would be a mess from somehow having a close game against Houston Christian, which would be ridiculous. But I think, and I honestly believe, again, listening to them talk and hearing the stuff that Holgerson says to Matt Rhule, that they believe they're good. But I had, there was a feeling like this. So 2021 was the last time they had a really winnable schedule, right?
No,
I remember that.
No, 2021 ended up being a brutal schedule.
But going into the schedule, wasn't it a bunch of teams? That's the one where they lost. They went 3-9 and they lost all the close games.
Yeah. But 6 or 7 of them had 8 or 9 wins that year.
Yeah, I thought going into that though that whatever the metric was for strength of schedule, I thought it was easier.
Yeah, I don't remember.
I thought that was the year that was easier, but at the end, it turned out that it wasn't.
Yeah.
Same thing can be true here. Maybe Cincinnati is an 8 or 9 win team. We don't have any idea.
Sure.
Maybe Michigan State is what I think they can be, and maybe their quarterback does go off, and all of a sudden you look up and because of Childs, they're sitting at 8, 9 wins. So you just never know. But I thought going into that season, for some reason, we thought it was going to be an easy schedule, and then it went.
You know what I think? It seems like we've had this conversation 4 out of the last 6 years.
Well, that year,
like a winnable schedule.
That year, Michael, to go to your point, I mean, Michigan State ended up being this massive surprise, and Michigan finally had their rebound year because they entered the season, if I remember right, unranked. The Wolverines did, and then they made the playoffs. So and then Ohio State was what Ohio State always was.
Sure.
But, yeah.
That's your Penn State.
Played Oklahoma in the non-conference. I mean, it was wild.
Yeah, it's one of those things. I always tell, and I told this to Tom Chattel, I said, you cannot judge a strength of schedule based off of the team they're playing. So, but you can't base it off what Nebraska is. You have to say, any team going against this schedule, should I consider it to be easier? You can't say, well, Nebraska hasn't beat Minnesota in forever, and Iowa's this, and no, you have to go what you see from those other teams, and based off of the wins that you see projected from totals, based off of what you see overall with the schedule, with all the home games, or even Cincinnati, which is a pseudo home game.
It's a home game.
Yep.
Yeah, with all of that, you certainly should hope. Somebody said to me yesterday that I hope they go one game better, so be 7-5 in the regular season. I'm like, that's a letdown.
Oh, yeah.
That's a big letdown.
That is a letdown because it's year 2 with this new quarterback. You went out and got a great OC who's got history. You went and got a defensive coordinator who over the last 5 years has been not defensive coordinator. Excuse me. You went and got a special teams coordinator.
Yep.
Over the last 5 years has been great. There's no, and then you brought Phil Snow back, who is your guy. You know, he's your consigliere or whatever that thing is called. And then if it went 7-5 with this schedule, that means he lost to Iowa, Penn State, USC, Michigan,
Minnesota.
Nope. Would you feel
no
that at all?
Because it's basically just you feel like you're spinning your wheels. You picked up another win, but you're spinning your wheels.
You picked up one more win. That does not feel like a lot of progress.
Even if you win the bowl game, you're still sitting at 8-5. I mean, it doesn't. I don't know. I disagree with that completely. I think Josh Darlington said 2 weeks ago. He said, "Listen," he goes, "You can talk about whatever you want about wins and," he goes, "I don't want to hear about wins and losses." He goes, "I want to see the team play hard. I want to see them do the right things. I want to see them clean up mistakes. But if you're a coach at Nebraska, 9 is the minimum." That's what he said. 9 is the minimum. You don't win 9, you shouldn't be a coach at Nebraska. So
because
he's like, 9 is the minimum. He's like, that's what I believe. He goes, I believe 9 is the minimum. He goes, I don't want to hear about all that, but 9 is the minimum. So I'm pretty sure.
If you missed it on Friday, the big announcement, 1620, the pregame.
Let's go.
Every Husker home game Saturday from Memorial Stadium and the Blur Party's tailgate. And Michael and I will be there.
There was great news to me. I knew about this show. I didn't realize it was going to be on the keg as well. Our takeover continues. 101.9 the Zone.
I will give you bad news, though, John. I will give you bad news, though, because you said we were getting paid, and I asked Stacy. She said she has no idea about that. I'm just reading the text, buddy. I don't know, man. She's like, I don't have any idea what you're talking about. So I was like, I thought, I don't know what's going on, buddy. I'm like, I told my wife, I'm going to be there anyway. I get there 3 hours before the game anyway. I'm going to be there anyway. I do the work anyway. I mean,
don't get there that early.
Yeah, I'm excited for the 11 a.m. game in week 3. You going to do a little brunch action there at the Blur? A little eggs and bacon?
We got a couple 8:30 games. 8:30 starts, I mean. Yeah, we got Akron. Is it Akron? Not Akron. It's Houston Christians, 8:30,
Houston
right?
Christian.
Yep.
And then Iowa.
And Iowa.
Yeah.
Among those from now.
Yeah.
But yes, we'll be at the Blur Party's
2-hour show. 2-hour show.
Yep.
Sweet.
We'll start 2.5 hours before kickoff.
Oh man.
We'll have some picks for you. Game picks.
All that prep Michael does that he can finally use.
So much prep.
I get to use the prep. It's awesome. I'm very excited about the prep.
Producing on site. Is that the word?
Except for one. Yeah, he's not producing the Akron one. Yeah, everything else he's producing.
Who's producing back here?
That's a great question.
Awesome. I love great
questions. Nobody knows. I trust Peter with my life.
Peter's awesome.
I trust Peter with my life. Nothing against Joey, but Joey changes his voice when he does traffic, so it's a little scary. I trust Peter with my life. Yeah, and Krinzer was also
listen closely.
He was also Peter at one point was a page. Do you guys know what that is? A page.
Like a
Knights of Exarban, like Knights of Exarban page. Google it. Google Knights of Exarban pages.
Google it, Josh.
Okay. Google it. Gib.
He's
Google
our
that
tomorrow.
He is tomorrow? Okay, good. Where's Nick going? Is he getting married again? What's going on?
No, it's actually sad. So
I'm sorry.
Move on as fast as possible.
Okay. Yeah. So
it's a page, Knights of Columbus.
He's a page from Knights of Columbus. You see the little kids with little white outfits on?
Oh no! Is it with a I or PAGE? How am I spelling this word?
I think it's PAG, isn't it? Isn't that what they call them? They're called.
I mean, I looked at it's just a bunch of logos. This looks like
Knights of Exarban. Did I say? I'm completely sorry. Knights of Exarban.
Knights of Columbus. That hurt.
No, sorry about Columbus.
Wait, so what do you say? This is what Peter is?
He was a page when he was a kid.
Wow.
Yeah.
He
was a page when he was a kid. Yeah. And so because of that, if you can survive that as a young boy, I think that you're the man.
Well, he's a great producer.
He's a great producer.
1620 the pregame.
He produced this morning. He was the producer this morning. I was very happy to see that when I came in. Yeah.
That's right.
Are you doing the show tomorrow as well?
No, I'm not. He wanted me to do Friday. I couldn't do Friday, so he asked me to do Monday. I think like Caleb Henry maybe is tomorrow.
Cool.
Something like that. Yeah. I got stuff to get done. I'm still waiting for the damn Cubs to send me the signed jersey and hat so I can mount it for the damn thing on Thursday.
Right now, you can't count on the Cubs to do anything right.
They say they mailed it FedEx last week. That's what they claimed. They said they mailed it. You're winking. Okay, you're winking.
They also said they were going to get more than 2 hits today.
It's in. Aren't they playing like a really good team?
Yeah, they're playing the Brewers, who are absolutely.
I don't know anything about the Brewers other than I've seen it tweeted at least 5 times. They don't lose. I've seen that phrase.
No,
they don't lose. So
they
I'm
have
guessing
not.
they've won a lot of games
They've
in a
won
row.
They've won
a
15
boatload
of
of games.
16 games.
Oh, wow.
Their winning streak actually ended yesterday, Michael, and they almost won again in weird fashion.
Yeah.
It's been quite the run for the Brewers.
That's
Johnson loving it.
Oh, it's
Good for Lane Grindle. Good for Laney Grindle.
Rob Anderson.
He's a Brewers fan?
Yes.
Okay, so good for him. Good for all those people that are
I'm
Brewers
very
fans.
happy for all of
I
them.
bet you are
very happy.
Yeah, and Jamal Lord too, right? No. Who had on the?
There he is, Jamal Lord.
Is that Jamal Lord? And Jamal Lord? Congratulations, Jamal Lord. As well.
Congrats, Jamal.
All of that.
Jamal.
I just think that what's his face, the director of basketball in the middle there, he looks so terrified.
Oh,
look at that look.
Oh,
He
he is because standing right behind him is
Yes,
Bernard Thomas.
I know.
Who with
And
the
he's
exaggerated head tilt is
Yeah.
ready to strangle Steve Peterson.
And he's like, I'm in the way. And Mark Bain's like, I'm in the way. I'm in the way.
It's
Like,
like,
this guy getting killed. Which
Yeah,
I'll get off.
Mark
I would have
Bain
gotten
was
off. If I was Bain, I'd have gotten off the elevator. I'm like,
Mark
screw this.
Bain's like, I ain't gonna be Clint Eastwood in that Secret Service movie. He's in the way.
He's
I'm
like,
not-
there's times when you go to get on the elevator, you're like, oh, it's too full. And they're like, no, you get on. I'm like, no, it's okay. Because it smells bad or something like that. That would have been I'm like, no, y'all go ahead. I'll get the next one.
Well, I'm
I'll be
sure it
fine.
did smell bad on that elevator because Peterson was used to crapping himself.
Got him.
I'm sure he was. You're too hard on Steve. Steve.
Oh yeah, great guy. Just wonderful.
You're just way too hard on old Steve. What did he ever do to you?
Yeah, what did he
What did he ever do to you?
Yeah.
Yeah.
I mean, besides destroying the program, what did he do to you?
Breed me to pursue other opportunities. That's what.
With what you've said about Kugler over the years, I figured you would have enjoyed it when he put baseball on Cox Cable for that one season.
The only athletic director in America that would take his baseball product off of statewide television and put it on local cable where it wasn't available in only but a couple of markets, all because he didn't like the announcer.
You say that he doesn't make good decisions, as you're saying. He didn't make good decisions.
No, he did not.
He did not make good decisions.
If I was Kevin, I don't know if there would be many things that I would be prouder of in my entire career than that. That he upset the athletic director so much that he moved baseball off of a statewide network.
They did so many things to try to get Kevin off of stuff.
Oh, God.
I mean, so many things. And I think back, I'm like, my God, they hated that dude.
Why they didn't try to get him, put a hit on him?
Exactly. They'd have been better.
That was next.
That
was next. You know, she's like, Chris Anderson, dear, never. I mean, like it was definitely that was the next thing.
Would it surprise you if he would have had Walt, make up the ricin and have Jesse sneak it in?
Certainly could have been possible. It certainly could have been possible. What was the name of that episode? What was the name of the plant?
The ricin? What?
Yeah.
The Andromeda, whatever that word is, that the name of the episode was. It was the name of the label on the plant, wasn't it?
Yes.
At the very end, they cut away to the plant, and you're like, oh, he poisoned the kid.
Zooms on in on it.
Sorry about spoilers.
Spoiler alert. God, what a great show.
Yeah,
I'm rewatching it again.
Are you?
Yes.
God, that's so good.
Yeah, it's such a good show. We got so many shows we're watching right now. I don't even know we can keep what we're watching. I'm watching a show called The Lazarus Project. It's really good. It is a really good show on Netflix.
What's it about?
It's kind of like it's not really time travel as much as they reset the world whenever there's an incident that would destroy the world. A world-ending event, and they have this ability to reset it by 1 year, back to July 1st. And they keep doing it over and over to stop whatever the thing is. But the butterfly effect of that changes a lot of things. It's really intriguing. It's a really good show.
If Steve Peterson had that kind of effect every time he'd have made a stick with Nebraska,
they did go backwards. Yep.
They should have had a sign outside the stadium, 0 days since the last time Steve Peterson effed something up.
It would have always said
may
zero.
It may have gotten as high as 3 one time, but that's only when he was on vacation.
Listen, when Jed came to the event after he was fired with the tombstone, I never saw Kevin happier. Ever.
I
Wedding,
remember that
whatever.
Show. Ding dong, the witch is dead.
Never seen him that happy. And just laughing as he's walking around, as Jed's walking around with the tombstone.
I ran around the radio station kicking my heels. when I heard the news.
Gosh, that is so good.
Kick my heel.
That is so
Yeah, there's so many great. This I'm telling you, it would make a sweet TV movie. It would make a really good TV movie. Who plays Steve Peterson himself? You know he would. Plays himself.
Yeah, but if we had to assign an actor, I would get what was the guy's name who played Mr. Bean? Rowan Atkinson.
Oh my goodness!
Wow, that's not what I was expecting.
Come on,
I'm just thinking
you need something more nefarious. I
you
think.
don't care what he looks like.
You want to just
How about Christopher Walken as Steve Peterson?
Yeah, but I don't want to like his character, and I like everything.
Peterson. And then who plays Rosie?
Who has really big hair?
Who plays Rosie?
I was watching some the other day. Peter Dinklage is in a new film.
Oh,
I was thinking
that
of
is
no. I was thinking of something
Watching
else.
Elf in
You were going with Tiny. I got it. I
heard
you.
I don't know why
I heard
his name
you.
popped into my head, but he's in like his new film where he's playing like a comedic role. Anyway,
I saw the trailer for that. That was like 2 months ago though. That you didn't just see it.
Well, I just saw my first movie in the theaters like a week ago.
That's true. John doesn't go to the movies anymore.
What'd you go see?
The Naked Gun one.
That is the last movie I would ever want to go see.
Really?
You didn't see F1 in the theater. You didn't see F1 in the theater.
Not
You didn't
yet.
see Superman in the theater.
I didn't care.
You didn't see Fantastic Four in the theater, but you want to go see Naked Gun.
Michael, have you seen Weapons yet?
No, we're going to go see that. My wife's not really great about
horror.
Yeah, not really great
There's
about
only
it.
like one jump scare.
Is there really? So she
one.
didn't. Sinners was like a little too much for her.
Okay, never mind. Then if
Yeah. And so I want to see it badly, but especially
it's
I want to see it in the theater. Yeah,
It's
but you
so-
wanted to go see Naked Gun. All those movies that you need to see on the big screen, and you went to because of the way they're shot. A bunch of them are shot with IMAX stuff.
The camera. It's the greatest camera angle I've ever seen.
It is. I mean, I'm sorry. That's the way it works. You don't believe in technology now, okay?
I
he
do
does.
believe
Are you
in
now in the
technology.
administration? What the hell's going on?
I like to watch real racing, man.
It's realism. That's just it. Those cameras make it more realistic. The idea that he's in the car and the camera's going around the car, that's more realistic. It's like
pretty cool.
Maverick. It's like not going to see Maverick in the theater. What's your problem?
I don't think John saw Maverick in the theater.
Yes,
You
I
didn't
did.
see Maverick in the theater? You have to see Maverick in the theater.
Yeah, that was awesome.
You're talking Top Gun, right?
Yeah.
Yeah. Because the wife wanted to see it because she's big.
That was a good decision. It's a
big-
good movie.
Big Tom Cruise.
It's way better than the first one.
That was like 5 years ago.
It actually was made like in
It was made a long time
like
ago.
2019 or whatever, and didn't come out to like 21, right?
No, I thought. Are you guys sure? I thought it came out in 2020.
2020, but it was made like before
Yeah, it
pandemic,
was
right?
way before COVID, and they held
Yeah.
it. They're like, we have
and
to hold
they
it.
had to be in
They
the
made a
theater.
good decision. I'm happy they did.
So how was Naked Gun?
It was all right. No, it was. I mean,
Have you watched Happy Gilmore 2?
Not yet.
Still haven't.
Not yet.
So my wife, I never seen one. So we
Again,
watched.
Michael doesn't like funny movies.
We watched. They're not funny. We watched 1 and 2 back to back.
You didn't think Happy Gilmore was funny?
We watched 1 and 2 back to back, and I said, "You owe me 55 My Choice movies now."
55.
After forcing me to watch those
Bigger to
2
weapons.
movies back to back.
Wow.
It was painful.
Yeah, you don't like funny.
Again, if Michael's funny bone is broken.
Yeah,
I like a lot of comedies. I just don't like Adam Sandler and Will Ferrell.
It's tremendous comedy.
Don't like those two guys. I like other people. I went to a comedy show last night. What are you talking about? It was
that's
great.
fun.
It was hilarious. I got to ask a question. It was really fun.
Good.
Yeah.
Well, yeah, because you and your wife went this morning apparently, and
Yeah, again, like I told you, it was stuck in the phone. And the phone, I don't know.
that was
What's
such
wrong
a.
with that? It was
So
stuck in the
Michael's
phone.
tweet about the show he saw last night at the Roadhouse went out this
No,
morning.
I
And-
actually tweeted that last night. This is like a second version of it.
right,
Oh,
but
wow.
I'm just saying.
Yeah, it was a second. I
it's-
tweeted it last night when before the show started, and then it got like stuck in the internet world, being inside of that place where there's no signal, and then I
Listen,
don't know.
You better pray that if you make a mistake or a weird tweet, you better pray that you get that thing deleted within 5 minutes. Because if Kevin sees it,
Oh, I just don't. I don't care what he.
I know you
does.
don't.
He doesn't bother me.
I know.
I know he's enjoying that kind of stuff, and he's having a good. I just want him to be happy. If that makes him happy,
You sound
then
like
I'm
what's his name before Frost last year. I just want him to be happy.
happy. Want him to be happy. Well, We all just want him to be okay. That's all we want him. I hope he's okay.
Kevin?
No, Frost.
Oh, okay. I was like, what did I miss?
Fine.
I thought he was fine.
No, Kevin's fine. I mean, Frost. We're talking about when at the end, people were like, "I just hope he's okay." Yeah. But no, Kevin's fine. Kevin's having a great time.
We got to run.
Kids are out of the house.
He's calling Texans games.
He's going to Texans games. He's doing all kinds. He's the voice of the Jacksonville Jaguars. He's great.
What a life.
Yeah.
All right, Michael. See you.
Bye, guys. See you later. Bye-bye.
They get longer every week.
Dude, they really do. This is great. We're going to have to, sell it and make it like commercial free. Commercial free happy hour, Nick, coming up soon. No? Okay.
This one was about 26 minutes.
Nice.
That's it.
So actually,
Wait, really?
yeah, not that long.
No, that's not true, Nick. We didn't start the segment at 5:05.
No. Yeah.
Oh, you know what?
That one wasn't recording?
No, it was recording. It just did that thing where it messed up.
It'll be fine. People.
All right, we'll
check
be
it out.
back. Content next. 1620 The Zone.
Hey everyone, Josh Peterson here for my friends at KRT Athletic Muscle Cream by Control. You can go to the website krtrelief.com today, where you can get 10% off of your order or free shipping on orders over $15. Towards the end of last week, didn't get a chance to run until a little bit later on in the day. It was going to be a little bit warmer, and I was feeling just a little bit of pain in one of my legs. And I was like, you know what? I'm going to put this on, because sometimes you can put the Athletic Muscle Cream on before the run. You can put it on after, workout, whatever you're doing. And I decided I'm going to do this one before. And I finished and I realized, wow, I didn't even think about what I was dealing with beforehand. It helped me out that day, and it has helped me out a lot over the last couple of months. Again, the website is krtrelief.com. Whether you are dealing with a strain, some back pain, deep muscle pain, maybe just some general muscle fatigue, this will help you. Fast and effective pain relief cream that is designed to help with those issues in mind. Get 10% off of that order today, or get that free shipping on orders over $15. All you got to do is go to the website, krtrelief.com.
Look, I made you some
Unsportsmanlike
content.
Unsportsmanlike content.
Unsportsmanlike content. Content that's unsportsmanlike.
Hang on a second. I'm looking here.
What happened? What happened?
No, I didn't. I didn't get all my reads in today. I forgot to tell you about the Dundee Day Street Festival coming up this Saturday. Omaha's best neighborhood event in Omaha's best neighborhood. We can say that because we live here.
Hell yeah.
There's going to be the 5K Dundee Dash, the Troop 100 Pancake Breakfast, and then later at night, Dundee Night kicks off at 4. Live bands, free admission,
parade,
alcoholic beverages available.
Featuring
parade.
me and young Matt McMaster.
No, we want people to be interested.
Anyway.
People like Matt.
Go to 1620thezone.com and find out more. You'll have something fun to do this weekend. It's called Dundee Day this Saturday.
You ready?
Yep.
Ready for some questions, some cues?
We would love to give them to you, Nick.
With some A's.
Yep.
Nice.
Creighton, don't call me basketball, announced the addition of one more European player to their roster. 6'10" forward Kareem Conan from Turkey. It's actually Turkey's not spelled like that anymore. So whoever wrote that, myself, it's a note for me. Turkey's not spelled.
How's Turkey spelled
like
now?
that. It's like TUR.
Whoa!
Yeah. They changed
Turkey
it.
with an umlaut on the U, URKIYE.
Typical for Nick to ask for the umlauts.
This makes 9 new Blue Jays this season. What do we think of the final makeup of the roster?
It's a lot of new blood.
Have you started prepping yet?
Yep, gonna have to. But yeah, a lot of
prep,
lot of changes. But this young man, this Kareem Conan, good defender. Come out on the wing, slap some shots away, defend at the rim. So looking forward to seeing what he and Alexa, who got here last week, can bring to the fold. I don't know how much they're going to participate this year, but it'll be fun. Practice will be interesting this year.
A program that's been built so much on the continuity. It's going to be interesting to see all of the new players and pieces and how they work together. And you wonder if that could maybe lead to a bit of a slow start early and they find themselves a little bit more by the time conference play begins.
Yeah, that is the new way of the world in college basketball. A lot of change.
Sorry, who is that other player again? It was Kareem and who?
Alexa Dimitrievich.
Alexa, play 1620 the zone.
Hell yeah, Nick, good job.
Also, follow up. Is it harder to prep on guys from Europe? Are their stats and stuff pretty accessible?
I mean, Rob Anderson will find stuff.
Yeah, Rob Anderson will have it all.
He's really
ready.
good at that. Cool. Get a load of this, guys.
Hold on.
Nebraska Cornhusker supporter in the entire city of Nashville, Tennessee, bar none. I've got Nebraska making the playoff at number 11.
On threes, Josh Pate picks Nebraska. Yes, the Nebraska Cornhuskers to make it into the college football playoff as the 11th seed in front of only Boise State. He has them on the road in South Bend, taking on the Irish. Will he make the trip?
By the way,
will we make the trip, Nick?
For those of you watching in on the stream, it's freeze frame of the end of the video. Does that not look like the face of a man who just picked Nebraska to go to the college
He
football
looked like
playoff?
he pooped his pants, John.
Exactly, which some people might say is similar to picking Nebraska to go to the playoff.
Now, Nick meant to ask, will we make the trip? And the answer to that is absolutely yes. Now, John won't because he'll be in basketball season, but I'll be there in South Bend doing 1620 the pregame.
You're gonna be flying yourself out there?
No, I'm gonna ask our company to pay for it. So we could have great boots on the ground coverage. So we could do 1620 the pregame with Josh Peterson and Matt McMaster. How fun would this be for America? Nebraska and Notre Dame, they haven't been to South Bend since 2000, Nick, which famously
was before 9/11.
Yes, but they also invaded the stadium. Fun fact, the next year when they played in Lincoln, that was the last football game they played before 9/11, and I was on an airplane that night. Scary in hindsight. Yeah, sounds great. Pate looked like he was going to poop himself. Theo writes, scripted.
Oh.
He also says, let Nick show off his break screens.
Theo, that's a me decision. I haven't been doing it. I've been busy.
Baymon writes, send Josh on remote or we riot.
Oh.
Yeah. They might. Hear that? The Friends of the Grum might march on the station if they don't send
Are
them.
you sure you'll be available for that, or are you going to be looking at other guys through binoculars?
No, I don't look at guys
Good
through
point.
binoculars in late December, Nick.
Last night during the Mariners-Mets game, Rob Manfred spent some time talking about geographic realignment. What is this, and why is it maybe okay?
What do you mean maybe okay?
I've
First
had
of all,
some time to think about this, and I think I'm okay
Are
with
you
it.
cautiously subscribing?
I think I'm cautiously subscribing to this.
why?
Because it's different.
Yeah, exactly. Again, if it comes out of the brain of Rob Manfred, it's probably a bad idea.
John,
why do we need to throw away 150 years of tradition for geographic rivalries? Of course, one of the excuses was, well, it'll take some toll off all the travel for our players. You're still traveling. What are you going to only play teams in your geographic region? Of course not. You play every team anyway. Also, if you want to take the stress off the players, it's a 162-game season. Maybe reduce the number of games if you're that concerned. I don't understand why it's necessary to change up the division. First of all, most of the divisions are geographically aligned. I mean, the NL Central, the AL Central, they're all pretty much teams in the Central region. I don't understand.
This is more about
this.
the West Coast teams, right? It's like Stibbs earlier in our chat said he actually is okay with this because of where the Mariners play. But they also play against who? The
They're
Rangers?
also up there in BFE. I mean, I'm sorry, but they're in the way far northwest region of the country. I mean, you're not going to fix all of this for everything. Again, we're overthinking this. It's 2025. We have airplanes, very comfortable airplanes with
TVs on them.
With TVs and recliners and beds on them. I mean,
John says jet lag is a myth.
Wow, interesting, John. I can't wait to hear Farron tomorrow because he is going to argue for this.
Great.
And you're going to yell at him.
Well,
I don't even know if I'm going to prep anything tomorrow. Why would I have to? You guys will just yell at each other for a half hour.
Again.
And then I'll talk about the Bears.
You do these things because the people demand it, or you're doing it to make it more appealing. How is realigning things going to make a casual just say, oh my God, I've got to watch baseball
I ain't gonna
162 games out of the year? Of course not.
This will not make me watch more or less baseball. I will watch the same amount as always.
The Brewers' winning streak finally came to an end at 14 games on Sunday, but only after a 2-run bomb in the 10th gave them a 2-1 lead. The Reds would tie it up in the 9th and walk them off in the 10th. Milwaukee is currently, is it 79 and 45 now?
Yeah.
They're currently on pace for 103 wins with 38 games to go. How many will they finish with?
I don't think they'll get to 103. I'll say that they come up one short of 100. 99 and 63.
Well, I can tell you they got 4 more wins on this week's docket when they finish off the Cubs. And
They're
then
playing the
after
Cubs that many more times?
Yes.
Counting today or after today?
Starting, yes. They.
Oh,
this
so
is
it's a
the
4-game
first of-
series.
No,
Okay.
this is the first of a 5-game series.
Holy crap, it is a 5-game series.
Well, because one game got rained out earlier this season.
That's a long series.
Yes, it's a very long series.
Sorry, John. It's a long series.
An
especially for you.
extremely long series.
I'm sorry, John.
The Bengals say they were listening to trade offers for holdout defensive end Trey Hendrickson. Do you think the trade will actually occur?
No.
What if they traded him for Micah? And then they were both holding out on their new teams.
That would be crazy, but sure, why not?
I think that they will listen because they are
I mean, they'll
that
listen.
cheap.
They will listen, but I don't know if a trade will actually happen because I think the Bengals
Yeah,
would
probably
probably
not.
ask for too much.
Yeah, probably. You're probably right. It wouldn't surprise me, though. I'd be much more surprised if Dallas traded Micah than I would be if Cincinnati traded Hendrickson.
Because here's the thing, even if Hendrickson gets traded, he still needs to negotiate with that
Correct.
team.
The issue of, just trade him. The problem will still exist.
Right.
You know, they're not going to play
He's
on an
still gonna
expiring
insist-
contract.
Right.
What did you guys think of the adjustment made to Fox's NFL score bug from last night's preseason game compared to what we had in the Super Bowl?
So there was a lot of chatter about this, I think, on Saturday when one of those accounts, kind of like before the Super Bowl, was able to get access to it. It's a tiny bit different. I will say this. I like it more than the Super Bowl one. The difference now is that there are team logos instead of abbreviations. Thank you. You have it, what it looked like. So the Super Bowl, it was just abbreviations. The timeouts were below the team abbreviations. Now the timeouts are below the score, and it includes logos. I mean, we've talked about it before with graphic design. I hate the minimalistic flattening that we have done of every graphic. I saw a tweet over the weekend of, like, hey, Fox should go back to this and this and this. And remember when they used to have snow fall on the score bugs? Bring those days back. See, and of course you hated that too. You hate everything, John. No, nothing makes you happy.
No, it wasn't that, but it's just we become too score bug pilled. Where
hell yeah, I love score bug talk.
Where we I'm not saying we as the public, but we as score bug designers overthink things. It's very simple. There are many things that work out there, and here's my question. Why the oversized numbers?
Those are big numbers.
They're very big numbers. Maybe
it's for the blind.
It might be for the blind or
Braille score
But
bugs. Have they thought about that?
I mean, yes. Is this a little bit better than what they had? Yes. But seriously, folks.
It feels lazier.
Just pop in a version. Pop in a copy of any one of the Madden video games of the last few years, and what they have is probably better than anything on network television.
Nick,
just copy them.
Feels lazier because all they have to do this is go to Wikipedia, get the team logos, and then plaster them on. That's all they did.
I like it more.
Yeah, no, I don't.
Okay.
Auburn has announced that they are retiring the number 2 in honor of Cam Newton. Does this make sense given he played there all of 1 year?
Well, sure. I mean, he had probably one of the great individual seasons of all time, and they did lead him to a national championship. So why not?
They've won 2 national championships, or at least they claim to. The other one came in 1957 when they finished 10-0, so at least they were undefeated. But that was in 1957, and very few people alive today remember 1957. Totally down with this, and it sounds like somebody out there is maybe not as down with it as we thought. But yeah, I'm totally good with that. He was that good and that dominant for 1 year.
And finally, the gimmick these days is to do in pro wrestling is to do stunts and dives more dangerous than the next. Here's a video taken at a small-time independent show showing one of these dives.
All right, so a gentleman is about to jump off the top turnbuckle onto the floor through a table.
Okay.
But watch the end of the video. So there you go. Oh, no. He's still alive, and then watch whoever's the screen. The guy dressed as Spider-Man with a camera.
What do you mean? Maybe that's just Spider-Man, John.
Just talk about your random entrances. Hey, here's Spider-Man with a selfie camera.
Now, any idea how he's doing? How's the guy? Is he dead?
I don't know.
I thought at first the guy was going to go 1, 2, 3.
Nope. Spider-Man came in.
Yeah,
Make
so
sure
much
you get
for
pictures
being
of
a friendly neighborhood Spider-Man, Nick.
Yeah.
Nothing friendly about that.
Bystander theory applies to him too, I guess.
If he'd have been a real Spider-Man, he would have used his little web to catch the guy before he falls and head first into the table.
It's true.
Coming up next, what's for dinner? 1620 The Zone.
When you knock us down, we're going to get up, and on the way up, we're going to bite a kneecap off.
Crust is good on your pizza, not your ass.
I will eat your ass first.
He's tough as a Woolworth steak.
And then it's going to take 2 more shots to knock us down. All right. And on the way up, we're going to take your other kneecap.
I'm ready to hang them up, gut them, and skin them, and chop them up. You know what? I'm ready. My daughters aren't starving to death. I'll eat my neighbors.
And we're going to get up, and then it's going to take 3 shots to get us down. And when we do, we're going to take another hunk out of you.
Cliff, what are you going to take away as your best memory from playing basketball at Boston College?
Probably just like going out to eat.
Turn on your mic, dummy. Yesterday was just some toasted sandwiches. Had some ciabatta bread, and the wife put down a bunch of different lunch meats and some
I love ciabatta bread.
and some little mozzarella and toasted it up. It was very tasty. Just something very simple and fairly light for a very hot Sunday evening, early, late afternoon, more or less. But
We had
yeah, that's about it.
baked spaghetti last night. Very tasty. Tonight we are having chicken and sausage. Gumbo, gumbo, gumbo.
Nice.
Yeah, she's been working on it all day.
Yeah,
Sounds
we're
delicious.
kind of fending for ourselves tonight, so I don't know.
Fending
what
for
I mean.
ourselves. What does that mean?
It means you.
They're
everyone-
eating their neighbors.
Yeah.
I'll eat my neighbors.
You ever heard the term "fend for yourself"?
No, I have, but you made it sound like your family is fending for
Yeah.
itself against like people who are coming to murder you.
They're hunting gathering.
Why is it always with you? It's murder.
I don't know.
Is there something? Did you guys you bring the cult back or something?
Cold ain't here, John, and I am anti-murder, famously.
Even though you bring it up all the time.
You bring up football, and you hate football.
I don't hate football.
You hate college football.
I hate the people that run college football.
Last night we were in Des Moines yesterday.
I was in Des Moines.
Nice. We went to Zombie Burger last night. I
How
love
is it?
Zombie Burger.
I've never been.
It's incredible. No free advertising. I got their burger called the Undead Elvis. John, you're probably going to hate this.
Yeah. What kind of
Undead
weird
Elvis?
crap was on it?
Well, it's got to be peanut butter and banana something.
Peanut butter, fried banana,
Yeah,
egg,
yeah.
and then patty.
Gen
I'd
Z
try it.
ass burger.
I'd try it.
It's
I
good.
would. I'd throw it on
Really
the
good.
ground. I'd say, give me
You've
a
never
real
had
burger.
it. Well, that's because you don't like.
I don't want a banana on my burger.
It's fried. It's
on
fine.
a burger,
Josh,
John.
it works. It
No,
works.
it doesn't
Josh,
work.
it works.
It's
I
like
don't
saying
know.
you're working on Michael's Open. No,
I don't know about tonight.
we all know it's fake.
It's real. I've offered many times to play you the skeleton of it. You said
You
no.
I
have?
would try. I
Yes.
would try it. I'm not saying I'd want to order it all the time, but I'd try
They
it.
also have my favorite French fries, beer battered,
Oh.
and like they don't charge you for ranch either.
Nick, do you just like bad takes?
See, we went to a different sports bar there in Lincoln, and all they had 2 different fries. They had straight cut fries and waffle fries, and they were both battered.
Oh, that's
I was so depressed.
Oh, it sounds so good.
Battered fries are.
I love battered fries.
I mean, I'll eat them. And
You're
it's like-
suspended from the show for the next 2 days because of these takes. man.
Damn it.
Yeah, we'll see you Thursday.
Yep. Farron will be here. Brunts will be here. Sip will be here. Mitch Holtis will be here. Who's the
Penn State.
Penn State.
Mm-hmm. Fight on state. Fight on state. We'll play the Chatteller Sipple game in honor of Penn State.
Oh, fun.
Have a great